property in his land, and that kind of stuff. You don't want to do it with him. And, so he's got his own research facility. He's got millions of dollars for this enormous research facility.
Gotta let go with all of our hoes. We all kids no more. What is this shit? Oops, something went wrong? Well, that sounds like a you problem. Why do you show me cartoons? Just fucking work. Oh, when our shit doesn't work, you think you should just show me cartoons in there? Yeah, that's cool. Size? How about that fucking Tyrannosaurus Rex game? Send my love to your new lover. She's a better. Gotta let go of my home. You won't know you ain't kids no more. Send my love. She's
The psychology of people that live in Alaska.
Are you ready? Are you ready? Are you ready? Are you ready?
Right.
Send my love to you, baby. Treat her better.
There's a lot of fun. Me and my friend Arch here. We said let's just fly up there, just like an adventure trip. We'll do some salmon fishing, and then we'll go do a show. And that's what we did. Yeah. And it's like the people feel different. They feel different, but they're made out of harder things, like more durable. Right. When you're up there, you get outside of that things like.
Hey, let's interview Joe Rogan. It's his podcast. He interviews you. That's what I can't stand. If he has somebody on and they're not interesting, it's like that.
And I always feel the same way. I always feel just it's a very strange atmosphere too. Like a climate and geology and because you're up so high. Climate. Right. Yeah, when we were doing shows, I believe it was July or August when we were doing shows, and at night after the show, it was bright out. You go outside, and it was like see everything. It was weird. It was like it felt like it was 5 p.m. Very strange feeling. Well, in the winter too. Yeah, maybe a couple of hours of twilight. Yeah, that's it. And then sometimes all dark for a long time too. Well, that occurs above the empty surface. You ever seen that movie, 30 Days of Night? It's a vampire movie. Oh, yeah. No. That is the Lost Boys. Oh, Lost Boys, yeah. 30 Days of Night, cool. Yeah. Not that there was anything wrong with Lost Boys, it's a little dated. 30 Days of Night was more modern, and these vampires decided to descend upon this small town where everybody's lives was just hunt all the time. Yeah, that's clever. Yeah, vampires are smarter than they are. These are creepy vampires too. They're horrifying. It's interesting how vampires sort of we decide that they look like Bela Lugosi. Yeah, if Dracula, that must be a vampire, and then people. Have you ever wondered of some things like that? Like I used to wholly dismiss ghosts as a young man. When I was 4, I think it was young and dumb. And then as I got older, I was like, maybe there's a reason why if I've never experienced something and then I do experience it, how am I ever going to explain this to people where it's going to make any sense to someone else that hasn't experienced it before? This episode is brought to you by the Farmer's Dog. Dogs are amazing. They're loyal, they're lovable. Like just having Marshall around can make my day 10 times better. I'm sure you love your dog just as much, and you want to do your best to help them live longer, healthier, happier lives. And a healthy life for your dog starts with healthy food, just like it does for us. There's a reason having a balanced diet is so important. So how do you know if your dog's food is as healthy and as safe as it can be? Well, Farmer's Dog gives you that peace of mind by making fresh, real food developed by board-certified nutritionists to provide all the nutrients your dog needs. And their food is human-grade, which means it's made to the same quality and safety standards as human foods. Very few pet foods are made to this strict standard. And let's be clear, human-grade doesn't mean the food is fancy. It just means it's safe and healthy. Real food from people who care about what goes into your dog's body. The Farmer's Dog makes it easy to help your dog live a long, healthy life by
That's
sending you fresh food that's pre-portioned just for your dog's needs. Because every dog is different. And I'm not just talking about breeds. From their size to their personality to their health, every dog is unique. Plus, precise portions can help keep your dog at an
Where's
ideal
this
weight,
fucking
which is one of the proven
farm?
predictors of a long life. No one,
Jordan?
dog or
This is
human,
the
should be
worst.
eating highly processed foods for every meal.
If I were watching this right now, I'd be like,
It's always a great time to
this
start
fucking
investing in
rabbi's
their health
practice is
and
not
happiness. So, try
really?
Farmer's Dog today. You can get 50% off your first box of fresh, healthy food at thefarmersdog.com/Rogan. Plus, you get free shipping. Just go to thefarmersdog.com/Rogan. Tap the banner or visit this episode's page to learn more. Offer applicable for new customers only. Listen, the holidays traveling. Whatever your plans are, traveling can throw off your routine. AG1 comes in. AG1 is your quick and easy way to fill nutritional gaps and keep you on track no matter how packed your schedule gets. Keeping AG1's travel packs on you through the thick and thin of holiday travel helps you stick to your routine so you can power through the season and enjoy everything that throws your way. AG1's commitment to foundational nutrition is a science-driven approach that delivers the nutritional support our bodies need to thrive. It helps you elevate your performance and builds a strong foundation for your health. And you can trust them. AG1 is tested for hundreds of contaminants and impurities, so you can have no doubts about what you're drinking. This is all part of why I've partnered with AG1 for years. So, get started with AG1 this holiday season and get a free bottle of vitamin D3, K2, and 5 free AG1 travel packs with your first purchase at drinkag1.com/Joe Rogan. That's $76 value gift for free when you go to drinkag1.com/Joe Rogan. Seriously, folks, get on this. Well, this is 49 experience, right?
What the fuck is this?
Sure. It's like you can't really prove that you're doing a bunch of work in the street. Right. Yeah, it's a personal experience. Yeah, but that's a common one. So you can compare those. I think that's the problems. Haven't there been studies done? There's been something done where they've taken people in altered states and have them go into a room where they experienced, they weren't connected, they weren't communicating, but they experienced incredibly similar environments. I think that's in my big code. You know, that the theory of everything book. I think it's Thomas Campbell or something. Yeah, it's really good. Yeah. I'm in the middle of that right now. The big code. Yeah. It's a very strange book. Yeah. That's the name of the book. Yeah. That's the name of the book.
This guy sucks.
Theory of everything. Toe is. Theory of everything. Like it has a picture of a toe on the cover. Yeah. When you were doing the DMT studies.
Wait, he does DMT studies? Never mind, this guy is cool as fuck.
Experienced that. And someone was trying to describe it to you. It would sound completely like nonsense, just like a poster. Right. Or even a dream to somebody that has a dream. Right. Right. Because there are people who don't dream, right? Which is very strange. Yeah. A lot of people with no imagination. They kind of visualize things. That's so bizarre. Yeah. Yeah, you give them psychedelics and they report like they can, but I mean, I'm just being. That's an uncomfortable reality. It's something that's really not like the same way. It's a factor. No one has to. I mean, just look at like cultural choices. Just look at the different kinds of music that people enjoy, the different kinds of food that people enjoy, and the different kinds of climate that they enjoy. There's no.
Why doesn't that fucking stop sometimes?
There's no way. The food is horrible to you. It's like a sacred delicacy to them. You know? Yeah. One of the ideas I put out in 2014 called the prophetic sleep, the soul of prophecy, I proposed that when people respond ethnically or culturally differently to different endogenous psychedelics, the emphasis on the enlightenment might be because people in that part of the world produce are more sensitive to carbon dioxide, which gives you that experience. And with the other kind of religious experience is more things listening to me. So the England is some kind of differential among people as far as the cognitive or spiritual experience.
I go from all the hoes.
Right? The way their culture thinks about things. Just imagine being born in an atheist, secular environment, and you're raised by those people, and then you meet someone who's born in a fundamentalist Christian, in religion where it's like very strict, and then they both meet when they're 14 and compare notes. It'd be the most bizarre versions of the world, right? Well, I mean, one version is there is no God, and the other version is that there is. Right, but there's one version that your life, but the only reason why anything was ever for everything, that God has a plan for you, and that if you follow the teachings of God, you'll ultimately go to heaven. It's like very structured. But the other side, it's like life is suffering. There's who knows what happens when you die, but probably nothing. If you feel depressed, you should probably go to the doctor and get well. Yeah, yes. So you wonder if the atheist biology is different than the believers. I wonder if it becomes different, right? Because don't the genes turn on and off expressions of genes based on stress, based on environments, a lot of things, right? Right, and those changes can be inherited, like passed on to the next generation, to the next generation. That's crazy. Yeah, and that's a theory of syndrome of survivors of the Holocaust and their children. Like the stress of being, for example, in the camps activated certain genes, which were then activated to passed on to generations. Yeah, I was like, at what point does trauma end? Rise in the first generation or the second? But it's not just trauma, right? It's also just stress. Like the hormetic stress of starvation. It actually makes the children of those people longer. Very good. Dr. Rhonda Thatcher's talked about this. Really interesting. Yeah, that's how that spin-offs of fasting and starvation. But there were a level of starvation. Is enforced starvation, like the camps and doing that for times. Yeah, so there are some advantages, obviously, to it. Yeah, obviously, you never want to ask them to do that. But when people do it voluntarily, like when they go on these 3 and 5 day fasts, you have that one person who's like, I'm never doing that. That was really terrible and stupid. Yeah, and I felt really dumb. I didn't feel alive. Come back with a very bizarre before, like, their version of it when I expressed themselves. It seems like they were like on mushrooms. Yeah, weird. Is that something you've done? No, I've done a day. I've done a day and I've seen them so stressed out. I don't think it. I think that's fine. Because espresso doesn't. Yeah. My friend Dana just did it. Dana did it 4 days. He said it was incredible. But everybody reports all this energy surviving off his intelligence. Oh, right, during time. Well, when people fast for 3 or 4 days so they drink water, yeah, you should probably have to. I mean, there's a thing called a dry fast that people have done that. I've heard people do a 48-hour dry fast. That is no water as well. Yeah. You can keep that. Yeah. Well, you can go on a keep rest. And here's my release. Yeah, I've take on that. You know that? I don't remember. He told a story about how this monk, the Buddha was in town, this monk went to the Buddha, and he told the monk that his practice is of levitation for the past 10 years, and now he can walk on water. And the Buddha was, yeah, but the is only a nickel. You know, right? Because here's my take on some of these things. Okay. Just because it's hard to do doesn't always mean it's good to do. Like there are things that are hard to do.
Tell me what, Joe, this isn't your fucking thing. Like, hey, I just listen to all my friends. Talk to us. You gotta interview this motherfucker. Come on, Joe, get your shit together. Hey, everybody, we're gonna talk about DMT with this DMT expert and talk about it.
simple things can be good for you. They don't have to be hard. Sure. Yeah. No, things don't have to be hard to be good for you. A puppy smiling or looking at your playing is good for you. It's literally like, good for your body. Like, if people play with puppies, that happiness feeling that you get, like, I know, that's actually really good for you. Right. Well, this new neighborhood I moved into in May, there's a park, Ontario Park, with the leaves and there's dogs that are being walked around there. There's millions of them. Yeah, like I haven't lived in the city in a long time. I haven't seen tiny dogs. Man, there's some tiny dogs out there. Yeah, and Jamie's got a tiny dog. He didn't bring him in today. Carl's little. Yeah, he's a little French bulldog. Yeah, he's adorable. What's his name? He's jacked. Yeah, he really is jacked. He's got a lot of muscle. He's super aggressive. Not with people, like not like real aggressive, like playful. Just wants to play confidence. Yeah. So I bring my dog, who's a golden retriever, who's the opposite. He's just everybody's best friend. If we meet two, he's like, you're my best friend. Right, right. He loves everybody. And Carl just launches himself at him. Yeah, the one dog I had was a miniature dachshund. I know it was tough. Really? I'm joking. That's not good. That's not tough. He's an asshole. Well, I thought he was an asshole. Yeah. That sucks. So what, he lived 25 years? Whoa. Yeah. Well, I lived 25 years now. So, all right, getting you out of here. Well, I told you, I'm just a landing diaper. I have a mastiff, and they unfortunately don't live very long. And towards the end, I still have to carry them outside the house. That's the real bummer. You just love this creature so much. 10 years, 12 years. I love you. If you get another dog, you can always love other dogs. I don't think it's anything wrong. I don't think it's like disrespectful to the dog that the dog will die. If it has to be happy. Well, yeah, it doesn't have anything to do with death. It's about you. Like, this is needless suffering. Do you love dogs? Do you miss having a dog? Get a dog. You have to mourn your dog for a specific period of time. Like, it's not a if your wife dies and then next Friday night you're on a date, like that seems crazy. You should probably do that for a long time. But if you're gone,
Word. Fuck yeah, Joe.
get out of the fucking dog. Right. Well, it's your whole life, you know. I love dogs. I would never want to not have a dog. I just don't get it. Yeah, those mastiffs are great. He is a big fella, but they get a lot of like real problems with joints. And it's just so much weight. Yeah, they're in a lot of weight. Yeah. Yeah, we were talking about Alaska and up in Florida. No, I was a psychiatrist with a country for that year. Boy, yeah, yeah, it was amazing. Well, it was interesting because I had kind of given up the idea of doing research, and I thought I'd just practice psychiatry. My girlfriend got them on to do my dog and my biologist, and the perfect place for that. Yeah, I was never great to have at the University of Alaska in Fairbanks. Yeah, so we spent 2 months driving up there from Sacramento, just had a great time. Wow. And then I started working up there for, it was still about a year. Cold. The cold, the lowest it got down to was -49. But when it was up from the next day. Well, Los Angeles actually. Oh, that time? Yeah. Well, it was snowing there on Halloween, so I wasn't dressed for snow. I never even looked at snow, so I was like, I could run from Los Angeles to -35. Well, I started to work on joint design. Like, as a rule, some people don't like to go. But there's forest all around town, and it's dark, especially in the winter. It's 20 hours of pitch black. Yeah, so I tried to imagine myself walking the dark.
Gonna talk about anything except I hate when he does podcasting. It's like, dog, talk about whatever you're a fucking expert in, dog. Let him go. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Well, that's what I'm talking about. Bingo, bango. Oh, fuck. Bongo. Alright, are there bugs in here? Looks like you got some shit smoking. No.
In Jamaica playing for a year, and then we were which is a suburb of Boston. It was really nice. Cool place to grow up. Yeah. I was in the Bronx, the medical school.
Oh, you mean not Bronx, Oklahoma?
Yeah, but we get well, good characters, and the characters are really nice. I think that a lot of people love. I met a lot of Christians up in Alaska. Yeah, yeah. Mostly? Well, my patient population, everybody, a lot of, the majority of people without church goers. And very strict about observance of the regulations in the Bible. So it was a very.
You've got this guy on. Ask him about the fucking beings that you see that go through that shit, dog.
There must be a dynamic chicks. Yes, because it's so dark and people get so depressed. Well, the Fairbanks had a boom when they built the oil between Prudhoe Bay and Anchorage. So Fairbanks exploded in population and went on with their construction again. It's got the university, which is an amazing countryside. Huge, just enormous rooms. The one outside of town was a good half mile across the yeah, I would go skiing out there once in 25 on the river. So it's really nice. And along the shore, there's a dark spot in the middle of the river. I'm curious how that dark spot is looking out. Oh my god. In the middle of a week, once the back skied back to the shore. I felt I don't know. So, yeah, I looked down at the snow and I thought, well, maybe I could just get better than that. And I thought, well, I'm going to have to film it and run back in the car. You think that's what it was? Yeah, it was funny. I wasn't cold. I wasn't shy or anything, but I just they say before you die, you actually want to keep your face on, which is really crazy. Yeah, yeah, that's what I feel. Like it was smelling. Yeah, I remember that. And then the bears up there, unfortunately, the grizzly bears. Oh yeah, yeah. One of my friends up there was living in a cabin, and the bear just stuck his claws in the grill, over the going into the house, and went into the refrigerator. So was it home? Uncle was locked. Yes. So he was awake while this was going on. Yeah. Oh, yeah, it just smelled food. It smelled food. It smelled home. Yeah, so they didn't abide by any rules. They didn't care about the door. Well, when I was up there, I went to shoot a shotgun. It's called a bear sniper. It's a sauna, a shotgun you can carry if you're in the right country. Yeah, so they're just like a 12 gauge. It's a 12 gauge. Do you have slugs in it? No, it's all about the ground. So a slug is like a chunk of lead, and buckshot is like a bunch of pellets. Right. So the buckshot is like it scatters into a pattern, and the further it is from the rifle barrel, like how far you shoot. So if you shoot 20 yards, it scatters quite a bit, and it makes an area of impact about that big, like basketball size. Yeah. Well, bigger or smaller than that. But a slug is a single object and it has a lot more force behind it. So if you're shooting a bear, I would want a slug. I think it was a shot. It should certainly defer them with buckshot. Yeah. Yeah. I kind of remember, although this may be wrong, that one girl had buckshot and the other had stuff. Oh, okay, that makes sense. Yeah. So it's like you probably shoot the first shot to try to slow them down, or you try to discourage them, and if that doesn't work, you give them the second one. Right, then they're much closer to you. Yeah. Yeah. So it's a pretty fun place to live in some ways. I think just out alone, the environment, just the fact that it gets that cold, it's so dangerous. Everybody kind of has to sit together. You have to help people. So you're just driving on the side of the road and just passing. If you get them out of there and just feel safe, you're supposed to do that. So people are fun together a little bit more. Sure. Well, and there's also the Northern lights, which are just incredible. Yeah, the road from the rooms. How long do you used to go over here? Pretty much every night in the winter. And it was so quiet where you could actually listen to the northern lights and just crack up. Oh, wow. Yeah, it's pretty loud. Big hissing crackle. Yeah. What exactly is going on here? So what is that caused by? The magnetosphere and some solar release? Like what is might be cosmic? Maybe solar release because it's dark, right? Right. Unless it's some people like it's kind of around the Earth. Yeah. What are they? Are they cosmic rays? Must be something. Yeah. Solar. Oh yeah. And magnetic activity. I know. Down low might be well. Well, well, you can just spend a week up there in the winter. And you know, also hot springs in the area too. How hard is it to get around in the winter? The car needs to be equipped. There's these things called battery backers that you put under your battery to keep it around. And there's a whole it's plugged into actually everybody keeps their vehicles plugged into the network. You have to, right? You have to, yeah. And the other modification is an oil can. It's the same basic principle. It keeps the oil from turning into a solid wash. Yeah. You know, when it gets really cold, the tires square. What? And it's really hard to crash for the first couple of miles. You have to warm up. You have to ride in snow to get them up again. Because otherwise, it would flatten down the bottom and cars can sit in. Right. Yeah. Cool. That makes sense. Yeah. Isn't it amazing they still put tires with air? That seems like the stupidest thing. Like, if you get those people to work on AI, just take double and figure out tires. Just take all these people that are making computers and figure out something that's less with air.
Look at this movie.
With garden tools or my garden.
Very close. This guy sucks. He's so bad.
Yeah, but they're a lot heavier. They never.
Where'd your phone go, big dog?
But there's a give factor.
Right here.
Tires that support the handle.
What, you gonna watch alien shit?
There's things that are going on dynamically with tires when you're going on corners and cars grip. And, especially if you're off road, right? They deflate your tires quite a bit. They have no traction. Well, and so widens your footprint. It widens your footprint so you won't get stuck in sand. So, yeah. It's just done a lot of time in Death Valley around them. Yeah. And then the canyons, which are east of the west of the valley. So I guess that's the benefit of bears and getting down and stuff with them. But it seems like the negative side of it is getting a flat, getting stuck in the middle of nowhere because you don't have a bear in your tire. That seems crazy. Yeah. Well, it's so vulnerable. Yeah. Like the one thing in your car, someone jumps come by, go stab your car is useless. Right.
Pizza and
So
French fries.
vulnerable. Yeah. Yeah. Flat tires. So you spent your time with that car? No. No. It's a great. Well, if you still like to take something else. Who doesn't like to
Okay. Are you ready?
The best place.
No, sit up.
That's what. Yeah. I've had friends who just have mushroom experiences out there. Yeah. I've had some amazing. It's huge. First of all,
Well, what are we
there's
looking?
rocks out there that are 2 feet.
We got YouTube.
And
Dan Burrish. Oh my gosh. I have to do it. Dan Burrish. What if it, what if you did it there? And it was just like Dan Burrish all the time. And stick it in fucking ear.
you can see like the shrub with like 100 years old, and it's moving. And you can follow the wind as it goes up and down
New tab.
until it reaches here.
Dan
Where it says particles is carrying.
Burrish. YouTubers.
Yeah,
YouTubers.
I had a lot of courses and that. Like in a lot of ways, I think I'm still working on some of those insights or those experiences, which I had in my 18s, early 20s. I think we come up with the best ideas.
Stop.
Really?
Nothing is
I
wrong.
guess it is.
This is the worst.
But, you know,
And verse.
21, my whole life
This is the worst.
was martial arts training. So, my, anything that I was interested in was interested in to make that better. So I do
Okay, you want to hear a song? Does everybody want to hear a song? And it goes like this. This is the worst stream in the history of streams. The internet was not made for this. Oh my god, we have two of them?
Yeah, I
Oh
definitely took
wow.
a lot of. It's just I didn't have hardly. I had almost zero ideas outside of martial arts. I didn't care what was going on. Can you describe in detail the first time what it was like the first time? The original feeling was I was looking at
Monster, dog.
the best I can
Cookie Monster.
this off cut. It looked like a giant insect.
Original Monster, remember that guy? Who's your favorite monster? Why?
Like an exoskeleton.
Cookie Monster, Best Buy. Yeah. Oh, did you guys ever see inside Oscar the Grouch's fucking house? It's like, what's that fucking thing called? From that fucking Doctor Who thing?
He was scared. Excited. Complete astonishment. Honestly, I thought we were dealing with some sort of monkey because something like an old world name for life. It was. What my feeling was, I used to teach this, and I'm not going to lay on it. How intellectual
This is gonna bother me.
Welcome back to the night shift. I don't know if you've been keeping up with current events, but if you haven't, there's some interesting news. Looks like the movement towards disclosure is picking up steam again, gaining momentum after a
Starts
little
with
bit
a
of a
T.
lull. There's a
Guaranteed.
new movement
Really?
in Congress for revised disclosure amendment. Looks like Danny Sheehan is involved, and there's an honest to get a question about disclosure introduced into the presidential debates by CNN. And this is something that the New Paradigm Institute is working on. If you want to find out more, visit their website and look at the email that just went out from Danny Sheehan talking about this.
Cool.
It's a really exciting opportunity for us to bring this into the mainstream and finally put this issue on the radar for so many people out there who don't know it yet. So we're reaching out to CNN and just as a community trying to push them to get involved and mention disclosure. Ask the presidential candidates about this and let's put them on the spot and see what they have to say. Do they try to dodge the bullet, change the subject with some kind of a silly joke aside, or do they tackle it head on? Do they actually have answers? They should. So this is something that we really want to see happen. And I encourage you to visit New Paradigm Institute's website to learn more. But that's not the spiciest meatball I've got for you today. I've been thinking about some new ways to expand the content on the channel, and today what I want to do is something that I've been kind of eager to do for a while, but I've held off on it. And I want to reach into the vault, pull out some old videos, and I want to watch them with you and get your reactions to some of the stuff that I find really fascinating. And today's video is an interview with a guy named Dan Burish. I think I'm saying that right. Dan Burish? Bueller? Dan Burish was a biologist, supposedly, who worked at S4 and actually worked on taking biological samples from one of the biologics that we have in a very specialized facility at that location. And what's about this interview is that Dan, look, so much of what we ever do is speculate in this space. I mean, in the absence of any real concrete, accurate, rock-solid information, we are left to kind of speculate on the second and third-hand stories that we get from people who claim to have been involved in this program. And Dan Burr is one of those guys. But I got to tell you, the first time I watched this interview with him and observed his body language, I just can't shake the feeling that what he's saying is accurate and actually happens. It's a total gut instinct reaction. I don't have anything else to base this on, but I really want you to see this interview because it's spectacular.
What we did is introduce to the Queensphere area, and we were eventually shown the subject for which we were examining the slides. The slides were unusual in that they were pressurized cells, and they were review class on a conveyor with an automatic microscope. We weren't touching anything. We gave her commands. At the second instance, we were finally allowed to have a VRML keyboard for examining the slides, and I digress. Working with the JROD itself, the ambassador of Sweden, Suite.
Sometimes you'll see an interview with someone who's seen a UFO or encountered a being or a non-human intelligence, and you can just tell. You can just tell that they're not making this up. You just know it in your bones. This is one of those interviews.
He showed me, apparently not only the equations for the rule of nines, but he also did so diagrammatically, and he did so three-dimensional VRML system, where I was watching cubes come together. So that if I was not understanding, apparently if I did not understand the script, I would understand it as a child learns group theory in mathematics. Highly evolved, highly intellectual, highly repressed emotionally. When I was with him, I felt great happiness to be with him, but I could feel his great sadness, not only because of what he wanted to become, what he knew he was by being present with us, but where he was, how he was being treated. He was not part of the group that has to be catered to involving the certainty and treatment. He wanted to help. I went in, for God's sake, nearly 300 individualized aspirations. His neurological system. He would hold his arm for me, but
Now, maybe I just missed something. Maybe I'm super gullible, and one of you out there has more perception points than I do. Please, let me know. But we're going to watch this video. I'm going to give you my thoughts, and I really want to know what you all think. So it isn't just his body language, the eye contact, but it's the details, the little details. He talks about the facility. He talks about the room he was in. He talks about where things are in the room, very specifically, how many feet the entryway is to walk up. How do they go into this being is stored? What kind of protective measures do they take to keep themselves from being contaminated or from contaminating the being? All these little tiny details that when you hear them woven together in this amazing story, one can't help but walk away with the impression that this is an actual people working there, and this guy was there and he's claiming to have done. It's a fascinating story. It's about an hour and a half long, but with the commentary, it kind of stretches out to just over 2.5 hours. So feel free to digest this in bite-sized chunks, but watch the whole thing all the way through because it is just astonishing. Thanks for watching. If you're not already a subscriber, please hit that button, subscribe, become a member of Team Night Shift. We're going to be trying all kinds of new things here. So excited. We're about to creep up on that 5,000 subscriber number, and I would really love to cross that threshold in the next couple of days. So help me cross that number. Help me get to 5,000 subscribers. You'll be doing yourself a gigantic favor, and you'll be doing a huge favor for me. Thank you so much for watching. Don't forget to like and share this video. Now let's get to it.
Yeah, I just put me in a conversation. So I don't like that.
The other makes me feel as though I'm testifying. And, I'm prepared.
You can't say no. I mean, I don't know. Maybe I'm in what I should say. Like maybe
And as long as we're in a closed session, so help me God. As I was saying to Bill on the way over here, I was over to present a copy of my work to meet him at St. Mark's Square. That organ contains an initial committee member, a covered initial committee member. From what I understand, there's currently a 17-16 split. This is mostly rumor around the community to form a public acclamation program having to do with the Majestic 12 and the overseeing committee, or 5412, which is now basically called the Committee of the Majority, as far as now is totally. Oh, that's fine. That's fine.
Molestation employees. Why did you take it that you said
the lights are from the front of the fence. That's fine. That's fine. That's fine. If you look closely, they're nice and red from looking through the scope all last night, so they can't get much worse.
That's the significance of this whole the content so if there's a place where it's literally viable,
Well, several locations in the mid-90s, and we have some cover positions here in Las Vegas, which made me look like a good old-fashioned general. In fact, I had some police experience in the late 80s. You're probably centering your question around work for the government. In 1986, I was approached while working as an undergraduate student in Dr. Bertha Barrow's office in his parasitology laboratory, to be exact. I was looking through the scope at the time. Three gentlemen walked into the laboratory, closed the door behind them. There was two uniforms and a suit, second president. Both of the uniforms I was make is most probably being United States Navy. My memory of that one event is kind of hazy after seeing all of those interesting uniforms and whatnot. We spoke for a while. They asked me if I was interested in seeing the world. I told them I, in fact, was. We went through several interview processes, not unlike this, and reviewed my background. I went through several background investigations. Finally, starting up 1991 timeframe, I was cleared for working. Passed me through the Papoose Mountain facility, 90 miles north here. That's how I came to work. My original assignment was at the Green Lake facility to review histopathology slides. And I went through nearly a year's testing, and then I was basically let loose for a year. From after that, I was brought back in and shown some higher grade slides of unknown origins. Following that, I was introduced into a working group and subsequently brought into the Papoose facility, the Site 4 facility. We worked for well over a year on slides of unknown origin. After I took a minimum leadership position under several of the other biologists who were already present, most of which are now deceased. You know the names. I was then introduced into the level 4-5 facility, the 4-5 coded for 9, where we covered this notion.
And so what we did is introduce the new members into the Cleansphere area and subjects for which we were examining the slides.
This sounds really, really captivating because of the level of nuance and detail that he brings to the door. And it seems, I don't know if it's true, but it feels true because the way that he's describing what's going on slowly brought in to the program. Like it, as they decide that he's trustworthy and they can work with him. This is really interesting stuff.
Slides were unusual in that they were pressurized cells, and they were reviewed by us on a conveyor. It was a completely automatic microscope. We weren't touching anything. We gave all the commands. At the second instance, we were finally allowed to have a VRML keyboard for examining the slides, and I digress. Spoken with the J-Router.
Did you say pressure sealed slides a minute ago? Pressure sealed, as in like the biological samples contained in these slides would degrade or deteriorate based on the amount of pressure or ambient pressure in the environment. So like the pressure has to be constant in order for it to stay stable. I don't know what that actually means, but I think I know what it means, but I'm not sure exactly what he's getting at, but that's a really interesting piece to know.
The ambassador suite and Cleansphere suite. Yes. Working member of Project Aquarius. Then I was made an assistant working group leader. Then mysteriously, after one meeting with the J-Rod, I was asked to take the group leader position. I didn't find out why I was asked to take the working group leader position until well within this last year. I never understood it because Stephen was older than I. He was my senior not only in agility but in age, and I would never figured being advanced above an individual like that in ranking within a working group. And in fact, I never considered myself above it. I moved together. The Q90 chat you have in your my name went on there as the primary engineer, so I was the working group leader. But in fact, he and I were both involved in this. Initially, I was J-Rob was naming true reticulum form. I had no idea the truth. Yes, true reticulum form. Now, but I had no idea the truth of how they came to be.
Is that the same as the system that Betty Hill referred to in her abduction experience with Barney Hill? Zeta Reticuli? There was an interesting backstory to Betty and Barney Hill's, well, not backstory, there's an interesting aspect of Betty and Barney Hill's story where Betty Hill describes a star system, a star map that she supposedly saw when she was on board the craft, which was later recreated. At the time she described it, no one was aware of what it was. And it just didn't appear on any of our star maps. And it wasn't discovered until later when an astronomer, I'm not sure what her name is, but somebody put together a model in a room where they actually hung like little model planets and stars and basically created a three-dimensional model back in whatever year this was. And they were from that they were able to sort of back into what the star system was, and they figured out that it was an actual star. I wonder if that's what it's referring to here. Oh, it's just a different experts.
As I said to you before, I have never met an alien, but I have met an extraterrestrial. I found out subsequent to interactions with the J-Rod. And again, they have personal names. The term J-Rod simply means 15, which was a basic name. Where they're located in the light years from our location. So they took those names and they identified through the signal protocols, the linguistic protocols, with a ROG symbol, which was an inertia symbol, and the letter J. And in fact, that was a combination of Mayan and Egyptian numerology having to do with a ROG and a J, meaning 10 and 5 15.
That's really weird. So that linguistic protocols, he's talking about linguistic protocols, that's an interesting detail. And they had some form of communication worked out to sort of figure out how to begin talking to this being.
The problem is, it's like you down that road and just decide, these are
876 Charlie, from what I've been told. Now, he did not specifically tell me that was the location, but the number 15 was mentioned. They don't call it apparently 876. I crashed on 63 from what I understand, outside of Kim, Arizona. There was a problem regarding his physiology and his biophysiological communication with the craft went wrong. And of course, he's ill with the MGS and associated problems.
We hear that again and again. The biological, like the way that these beings interact with the craft involves linking physically to the craft in some way, and then somehow being able to tie their consciousness to the craft. And I've heard it described as the pilot becomes the craft. The craft becomes an extension of the pilot, and they become one organism. And I think there's something there. I've heard that enough times from enough different sources that it seems like there's some kind of a there. Another way that I've read that this works, and this is purely speculative based on something I read on the internet, but it sounded really good, was that the craft acts as sort of some kind of a quantum computer that binds with your consciousness, or the consciousness of the operator. And the operator's consciousness then can travel with the craft independently of the body. I don't know which one of these is more or less accurate, but it sounds like that's what it's describing. Something like the beings, the pilot has this physical connection to the craft that allows them to perform at these unbelievable speeds and do the things that they're supposedly capable of doing. The latency time between thinking something and it actually happening would be next to zero. So it would have to be really reduced as much as possible. And the best way to do that would be to become one with the craft. I wonder also, what would that do to your experience of time? As the pilot is operating the craft, this time relative to the people outside of the craft appears to slow down, so that everyone else appears to be moving in slow motion, and they can just sort of bounce around and do whatever it is they need to do. And what there's people on the outside of the craft are actually seeing is
And
Was he transported from that crash site to the airport facility?
that I don't know. That I don't know. I believe he and were transferred separately. He to the originally to the Blue Lake facility, and an associate to I believe Los Alamos. I have no independent verification of where the associate went. All I can say is that he was there. It's like, oh,
Now, you were right that it was final procedure.
there was not a general procedure, there was a very specific procedure. After we would be brought in with our health biologists, there was control biologists, those in the gallery, and then the introduction specialist, this was myself on regular occasions. We entered the sphere through a large series of protocols involving pressurization, compartmentalization, until finally we were pressured in fully encapsulated TEC, a TES, thermal encapsulated suit for entrance into the clean sphere. Once we repressurized and entered into the clean sphere, well, I should digress. We had medical evaluation on that first. But they ceased doing that after a couple of medical evaluations. It was more P3 to work done. I would enter into the clean sphere, and I was not supposed to communicate with the J-Rod at all.
That process, like what he's describing, sounds weirdly correct. As someone who is not myself a biologist and has no idea what this process will be like, other than what I've seen in movies, it seems to make a lot more sense than some of the other alien interview things that I've seen. I don't know how much I'm familiar you are with some of the other alien autopsy, alien interview things that are out there, but a lot of them look really slapshot and sort of thrown together and fake. And there's one that everybody is kind of on the fence about that many people believe is just a puppet. It's the Victor's alien interview where the alien is supposedly a BB is in a darkened room and you can see their head moving, and then there's a shot where two medical personnel, two medical medics come in and attend to the being. And something about it looks very convincing and real. I can also see the argument that it's very puppet-like and it definitely just would make something like that. But looking at his eyes and watching his body language as he describes the procedure makes it definitely sounds like a legitimate procedure. Like you would go through a medical examination, get checked out, you would go through a series of steps, you would put on a pressurized suit, you would go into what is referred to as a clean sphere. This would be, if you think about it, if you were going to be working one-on-one, on or with or alongside an alien or an EBE or an extraterrestrial, whatever you call it, to protect them from us and to protect us from them, there would be enormous attention paid to the biological risks of infection or contamination, especially, I think as we're going to find out later, this being injured or suffered some kind of genetic disorder. So this makes a lot of sense to me. It sounds very legit. What do you guys think?
I was not supposed to know the same. The reality is we were communicating from the time that I entered into the vessel suite external to the clean sphere. Talking back and forth pretty much. I could hear whatever he was projecting at me from thought, and he could very clearly hear what I was thinking. I say, meaning perceive. I was supposed to stand over by a hologram projection system, which was running as a teleprompter system, over to my right, that would be right inside the clean sphere. Hold my hand up and mimic certain signs. It became a joke. It became a joke. Most folks who were watching from the gallery running the show thought that I was standing there and mimicking the signs, and this was the only communication of the way.
Describing this gallery, like I don't know how many of you watched Stargate, but like in the Stargate movie or TV series, there's the room where the Stargate is located, and then in the back of the room up high, there's like this viewing gallery where politicians and military people stand and they watch these teams go in and out and Stargate missions. It sounds like what he's describing. Like there's a clean sphere, a pressurized environment where this alien extraterrestrial is, and then the biologists that go in and work with them have to suit up, go through this whole medical procedure, suit up, go in, plug in on the inside of the sphere, and then outside of that there's a viewing gallery where people can come, this MJ-12 system can watch. It's really fascinating description. The level of detail.
They perceived on the day that the approach, like the close approach, they made the grabbing incident, they perceived that there was communication. So I began to question quite expansively whether or not he in fact was communicating with me, because he promised not to apparently with the signal. And I alluded to the fact that there was conversation.
The Sigma unit, is that like the communications unit? Would that be like a specialized team that's involved with communication with the being?
Well, I didn't talk about what it was. Of course, I was caught in my research protocol forwarding ideas that were somewhat different than what they expected, private research was going to go. And at that time, the deal was brokered to find out what the doctrine for conversion timeline was. I told
Wait, what? Did you just hear that? Convergent timeline paradox? Go on. I'm listening.
He showed me a little bit, and they told me a little bit about their DCTP.
The DCTP. You had me at divergent timeline paradox.
Right.
Yes. So there we are. Now we're hearing this now. Time travel. Remember, you hear this a lot. Like this time travel. This video was recorded in the early 90s. What, 90? That's an interesting thing.
Yes. Yes. No, not as far as I'm aware. Not as far as he told me that. Yes.
Great question. No one ever asked this question. That's such a great question. Describe J-Rod. How did he look? How did he behave?
The gentleman with which I was associated was approximately 3.5 feet tall. He had a dark brown appearance, very ruddy appearance to his skin. He was in a highly pressurized place. He exuded black protein like material through 4 veins, which was associated with the virus neuropathy you were I don't know.
Great question. Look at the eyes.
I would imagine. I have no data set to say what it was from those margins. In fact, there was nothing I read indicated what it was.
You've asked it before. That's why I'm saying.
Virtual reality and
3.5 feet above head in comparison to torso. So the ratio of cranial to the torso area would be larger than what we would call large, focused black eyes. Lots of guys have smoked around. So look at large people. When you look into his eyes, you feel like you're going to fall into his eyes. And I think that probably has something to do with telepathic nature.
That's been described by a number of people in John Mack's book, Abduction, Bud Hopkins' work. A lot of abduction and encounters reports talk about how weird it is to look these things in the eye, and that when you look them in the eye, it's like you become transfixed and almost hypnotized just by looking in their eyes. And there are actually reports from abductees who say that they're terrified to look them in the eye. But when they look in their eyes, that they feel like that the beings can see everything there is to know about them, and that they're just completely helpless. It's a very intriguing detail that comes up again and again. Always tied back to the telepathy aspect. I find that fascinating.
But I think the idea of recording
large arms,
figuring out what causes different reactions,
very thin, sinuous fingers,
interplays,
not as long as presented in some of the images that you showed me in the past. Well, yeah, that's a puppet master.
Yeah, I think that definitely. I think that definitely.
Swearing is a puppet master using that.
Especially if we can
Puppet
enhance
Master, are they talking about the Bigfoot interview?
But he's hunched over most of the time to not support himself fully, given muscular atrophy. And that had to do with the
multiple steps in
neuropathy which he was suffering.
it's either going to have this
So he would
first, you're going to use it for people that are disabled. If we have a
and
guy
move
here with
toward me almost in a flopping fashion. Feet were large in comparison to what we would
eyes are looking
say our feet
so
would be.
wherever he looks at you, it's like
He was unheard for.
his
He
eye,
was
hand-eye coordination,
unheard,
it's just eye coordination. So he goes back to
which bothered him.
visuals on things. So it's like really good at video games.
He's Labrador
And that's better
was
than not.
refused in return.
So he plays better with the heroine.
Called himself captain.
Just hand-eye coordination. So you would imagine that if he can do that better,
His feet were unusual.
Look at his body language. Like the way this gentleman holds his head and carries the weight of what he's saying, it seems very real. There's a very, he seems very emotionally connected. Seems like a very
Well, that is
people get rid of their eyes.
had a large knob underneath what we call heel. His facial features were grotesque in comparison to what he showed me that normally would be. He was, yes, his asymmetrical to the extent that the disease process was not changing his facial features. Nose was recessed. Nose that we had were basically two corners. An extremely small mouth. A hard palate, no teeth. His musculature again was suffering from the tension due to the neuropathy. 622. And that I don't know. That number 622 is now used as an important number within the community. A reference, a request from 622 or a report from 622 to be for anybody. So it's used. In fact, the SRP report that I have with me, the supplemental report for 0302, that have probably is labeled from reviewer 622. And again, it's going to be a cold reading when we look at it, but probably from 622. They excrete in the manner that we would excrete. Their external genitalia are different than ours. The females have somewhat like vulva, but they have a clasper situation. The male has a male clasper, the female claspers. It looks like a disc.
sounds complicated.
With rectangular solids that are rotated into position. They're clasping at the England region. They do have infinite fertilization. Now, this is something he showed me at his work.
Whoa.
Yes. I was inside the image. That's what it felt. Yes, everything that he showed me when this was the incident. When he projected it into me, it felt like I was there.
There it is again, the telepathy. That description of thought projection of telepathy is being like you're absorbed into the thing, like the thought or the projection becomes almost like a hologram of your inside of. I've heard that. I've heard it described that. I wonder how much detail is conveyed that way, and I wonder if it's like 100% real or if it feels more dreamy.
My sensations were heightened. But totally. A gray surrounding, very dull red surrounding, almost like a concrete evacuation center. So we have evacuation zones underneath the hotels in case of mass casualties or mass disaster. It's a very clinical environment. It's extremely depressed. If we were saying humans, I'm not a psychologist, but I think he would be termed as physically depressed.
Wow. Wow, weird point. It's been said, it's been rumored that there is at least some of these beings are fleeing some kind of biological catastrophe or something has happened to them and they're not as all powerful and invincible as they would like us to believe, or maybe they're coming back to build their genetic line in some way, or perhaps they need something from us that they have to get to like help get them out of the jam that they're in. That sounds like what he's describing here.
You're right. He didn't read outside. He read smarter than me. Smarter than me. I'm long range. The mathematics that he showed me. He showed me concurrently not only the equations for rule of nines, but he also did so diagrammatically, and he did so with three-dimensional real analysis system, where I was watching cubes come together. So that if I was not understanding, apparently if I'm not understanding the script, I would understand it as a child learns groups, group theory in mathematics.
Wow.
Highly evolved, highly intellectual, highly repressed emotions. When I was with him, I felt great happiness to be with him, but I could feel his great sadness, not only because of what he wanted to become, what he knew he was by being present with us, but what he was, and how he was being treated. He was not part of the group that has to be catered to involving the T9 people, which is some he wanted to help. And he will. And I went in.
Okay, well, the T9 tree, the other group, the group that has to be catered to, who's that guy? That's what I wrote. What's the T9 tree? It has a name? That's weird. He wanted to help, but he wasn't part of the group that has to be catered to. So there's a group out there that we've signed something called the T9 treaty with. We've heard about this lately. This is coming up again and again. We have maybe have some agreement with different beings, and this sounds like what we're talking about. Whoa.
I took well over nearly 300 individualized aspiration samples from his neurological system. He was on that. So what did you take? There was no pain medication. And whenever I would fire the introduction system to remove the sample, take it into master the revulsion system, he would cry. And then he would just stand there looking. Yes. Yeah, in fact, I would bring the sample after the initial removal from his tissues into the induction system, and then move it from there to one of the helper biologists. Usually it was Robert, outside of the clean spirit, and he would move it from there to be handled under the protocols. It was a level 5 past up the MDS system.
Did you notice how he teared up a little bit when he just described what he was talking about, taking the samples from the being, the J-Rod, and how he could feel the pain of that telepathically? And then if you go back and watch it, his eyes gloss over. It looks like he's tearing up. I'm telling you, there's something about this guy's conversational style. There's something about his body language. There's something about his presence and his vibe that this just sounds real. It sounds like this man went through and actually experienced what he's talking about. He's describing it in such great detail. I don't know how you bullshit your way through stuff. I mean, the level of detail that he's including is like, he knows the names of the people he was in the room with, he knows where the holographic projector was, where the viewing gallery was, where the clean spirit was, like what the procedure was, and how many steps there are to get from standing outside to in the suit to in the room. He's describing all of these tiny little details that are so specific. If you were making this story up off the top of your head, or if you were just a bullshitter, you were just kind of like wowing people with a crazy story, I don't see how the average bullshitter would it just doesn't seem likely to me that someone would sit down and think out all of those mundane details and then include them as part of the overall tapestry of things going on in space. But he's describing, like, he's creating a sense of ambiance and a sense of place and time and people involved, and he's describing their emotional states. And he seems to be emotionally reacting to what he's saying. What do you guys think? Let me know in the comments.
You just stand there and take it.
It's really uncomfortable.
Yeah, it's 60 feet. 60 feet from the center of the clean sphere to the introduction ramp going down into the Ambassadors.
Ambassadors. Sounds like telepathy works in line of sight, at least in this case.
Yes. Yes. The folks that wanted to find out what he was saying, they knew all well that he was communicating with me after the left. Because I was smiling, I couldn't help it. We were actually joking, and they didn't have a clue.
At least they have some sense of humor.
So it hasn't. They certainly wouldn't have pressed me like they did after I woke up from the big attention scenario. I woke up outside of the clean sphere. I was drug out of it by Stephen. He finally got a secondary suit on and drug me out of the clean sphere. Cherry. Don't have a clue. They don't know what they're saying. I'm sure. They were extra rough in removing the blood in my catheter and all of that after I got out of TDS.
Catheter. This sounds really complicated. Like, you put on the suit, you're in there for how many hours? So they catheterize you? That means that these guys were working in this clean sphere for hours and hours and hours, not allowed to leave, or leaving and coming and going, as well as shooting up like an astronaut. So that tracks. That makes sense, right? Catheter, weird detail. Can you imagine being catheterized every time you go to work? It's like you get to work with and talk to an alien, but you have to catheter.
I'm smiling because I'm envisioning the lack of the lights.
He's very unhappy. I like this about enjoy charity. It's funny. It's like wonderful. It's from like 1976. I remember when it came out. What year's charity? It's pretty old.
It's multifocal.
In it,
it's multifocal. There's several reasons. The largest reason is not the most important reason. The largest reason from a spiritual perspective is to step out from under the black ops and retire. I'm ready. I told you before, I see myself working on a farm.
In Russia, Black Ops community retired youth.
Bothered by anybody except for maybe a over here or there, taking a sample. Taking the time working on it for fun. Enjoyment.
Is Dan Birch still alive? Does anybody know? Somebody check that out.
Well, my health is degrading. Yeah, the heart disease I have is in fact degrading my health. Time is coming. I don't know how long that is. Of course, that's within God's providence. Yes. This is very close. There are other reasons too. Without yelling the full scenario. Yes, people have a right to know. I mean, that's, other folks have screamed that. Some of them, I think, real, some of them don't use the $3 bill. Yes, they have a right to know. They have a right to know because this is their future. Or maybe not.
That's what Colonel Corso said. Colonel Corso said, Bill Corso, author of The Day After Roswell, said in a number of interviews that people have a right to know because this is their future. And he had a really great point about that. He said that in World War II, we sent kids, 17, 18, 19-year-old kids, into machine gun fire on D-Day, and they were able to handle that. Surely, we can handle whatever it is we need to know, and it's their future. This is the world that our children are going to grow up in, so they deserve to know. I think that's a fine point.
It depends on our wisdom or lack thereof.
If you had to bet everything,
this gets me thinking. The government has the one thing that we heard from the Brookings Institution study, plant study, was this would cause a great social upheaval. Conscious experiences. It would destroy our social bonds, our religious bonds. In fact, I know I'm digressing, but I ramble. Every time an individual is approached with the issue of will this destroy your faith, I have heard, my experience only, I'm sure there will be varied opinions, no, it would strengthen it. It would strengthen it. That might, all of it might be, from a certain perspective, yes. From another perspective, no. The Brookings Institution's quote that as the mind expands its ability to understand, suspend disbelief for a moment and walk with the idea that this is real. We didn't used to be able to see. So it was an emerging that the ruins that are present in evolution on Mars, the ancient temples, are in fact the gifts of our own progeny. So can you imagine what is going to happen when those temples, which were prayed to the gods, are found out to be nothing more than the creations of men? That the men themselves were those who were being worshipped in so many different cultures. They fall headlong into the tomb of Narcissus. In every corner of the world. Maybe that's a good part. Maybe that's a good biological. Maybe we'll find something other than buildings, stones, maybe we'll find out who taking ayahuasca.
I know I keep going on about Ingo Swan, but that's just because I finished his book Penetration recently, and in that book he talks about very specifically structures on the moon. We've heard this from a number of different people. There's something on the moon that we are being kept from discovering, seeing, and there are structures there. And there's stuff on Mars that we're not aware of, that NASA's aware of, the general public is not aware of. Certainly tracks with that. It sounds like he's suggesting that some of the things that were made that are there now were made by future humans at time travel, and that somehow that affected our religious history on this planet.
We were having weird experiences. We were sharing moments. Yeah. Well, I think the appreciate it is just like we can show thoughts, or show feelings. The thing about that is, if you're local other than education, right? Like the parts of stuff, you know what I mean? Yeah. Or if you guys are nowhere near each other, that's why I'm near each other. And then one thing that helps me right now, one experience, and that person said, well, that's really happy exactly. No interaction. Right now, it's experience or all around.
That's very close to what David Grush and Lou Elizondo and Carl Nell have all said. It's a very similar language that they use, and they do definitely treat the conversation with a degree of seriousness that I think is appropriate. It's interesting how frequently they talk about how out of the loop Congress is on all this, and how there's no oversight on this program. So that's interesting.
It's all posturing perception. You can see envy, intrigue, anger. You can see these things, these thoughts. If this becomes the possibility, I think it's within the realm of science, within the realm of technology. When that does happen, a very different thing to these days. And I think one of the greatest things that's ever happened because it will force us to only communicate at a higher level. There would be no benefit of bullshit. It would be the opposite. It would absolutely be detrimental. It would be ostracized. No one would want to communicate. All the time. Yes, all the time. No more lying. No more lying. Impossible to lie, which I think is fascinating. I think that would work. Why not? Well, there are some lies that are told because of confused. Right, but what are the parameters? Like, what are the confines of our society and of our...
See, we spoke about another individual who has a whole condition.
In terms of environments,
I figured that it was a need to know.
What lies?
Needs to know basics of that.
It wouldn't be better if everybody was knows that.
I didn't think that there was direct. See, and the rumors coming at me about the potential for public affirmation.
Sure, as a human being.
That would be human. Wishes to take back as the hero, in the situation, and you're playing the hero. And you show me a piece of paper that says, order to remain. That's order to remain in capacity, which means that there is a greater loop of having the chance to speak with individuals at one time. And I heard that there was a transcript of all that got out. In fact, I'll show you. The first meeting, the one where I bolted, the one where you scared the hell out of me, not as much as you did today, but a little more relaxed circumstance.
Is that ultimately the big bottleneck with information because money right now is just ones and zeros, right? Money is just information. It's just it's fun to do that. X amount of dollars a year. That's weird. You know, it's not just influence, it's not anything, it's just a weird thing.
So we're looking at extremely minute repertoire cells. We knew that they were eukaryotic. However, they were unusual in the sense that their cytoplasm and their internal organization, the organelle structures were fused, such as victimisms and mitochondria, things like that. And we had no idea what we were looking at. The original contention made by individuals next to these is that we were looking at some type of biological warfare material. Intermediate. They had more experience.
Sharing our thoughts.
They had more experience than me involving such matters. So, being that I was new, was nothing to take the lead.
Okay, science people, biology people, people with advanced degrees that understand what it's talking about, please fact check what he's saying. Like, does this make sense to anyone? I don't know what I'm looking at. I honestly don't know. So it's hard for me to know whether this is made up or nonsense. Please let me know in the comments what you think about what he has to say. It sounds like very specific jargon.
Whatever you think of human nature is now, it's like, you can tell me something I don't know. I kind of guess, must be, but I don't know. So that makes progress slow.
Right. Well, we would undergo a medical examination. We still the early time frame of the introduction, the 92 time frame.
Just by
92. We had regular, systematic medical evaluations. Following that, we would be suited, we would be catheterized, plugged, and suited communication apparatus was placed on our heads. We had a cooling system set up. It was for like an astronaut purposes. It was a space something like what you would find in an NASA facility. Not so much something that you would see, for instance, at the San River CDC. That type of level 4 suit. It was more of a regular space type suit with joints. We were suited up, we were pressurized, and then locked within a cooling system in our housing and then ramp into the ambassadorial suite. Following that, we were led up the gantry-way, which had been moved into position by the hemisphere, which had been previously rotated up to the line of screen floor. He was held actually below the ambassadorial suite level, and that was raised up as needed.
Wait, what? A clean sphere, pressurized clean sphere that comes up through the floor, through an iris, like the Stargate iris that opens, and then this sphere comes up into the room, and then there's an observation deck and a gantryway, and you walk. It sounds like Stargate. It sounds like we walk the gantryway with your suit on, here. Wow.
They did with him down there. He didn't say. He didn't tell me. It was not a need to know issue. Apparently, they dealt with the cleaning of the spear and all of that. The regular house animals maintenance. We would be led up the entryway. The hoses would be hooked into an exterior, interior system inside the ground. This was exterior to the clean sphere. And it was called the system. We would be let in, the door would be closed, and we would be pressurized inside of the gantryway. Following that, there was a drum system that was set up. Once there was an equal pressurization between the gantryway and the clean sphere, we would then be told to proceed forward. I would raise a hand in acknowledgement. We were not supposed to talk at the time at all because nothing verbal around. Why? I remember that. We're not supposed to talk to anybody. I need the drum system, and we put a secondary set of hoses inside the clean sphere, check the pressurization, and once that was done, the door to the clean sphere would close behind me, and I would presume that the pressurization remained the same in the gantryway. Following that, I would do my business inside the clean sphere while in contacting the J-Rod and removing the surface.
It's a lot of detail. For a made-up story, it's a lot of detail.
We were removing samples to attempt a treatment, a full diagnosis and a treatment for a paraprotein-related monoclonal gammopathy of uncertain significance type disorder, which had various attributes to it, among which were a cocaine-type presence to the J-Rod, cocaine syndrome type presence, and certain genetic issues involving chromosome 5 and 17, which led us to Charcot-Marie tooth disorder, and their glycoprotein problems. They were essentially they were losing heat because of the problems that their accidental bridges. They were not transmitting and going through something like a
Can anybody translate this?
Well, they're actually specialists were dying of the snares. They're also losing energy because there was a denomination process underway. That denomination process was, the Q94 document, was tied to a CMT1A-like problem with Charcot-Marie tooth problem called PMP22, which is protein number 22, which an overexpression of that gene causes a greater amalgamation. We tied that to the amalgamation issue involving the promoters for the PMP22. Those promoters, there's two promoters for it, were selectively deselected with the use of TFOs or transforming oligonucleotides. It's essentially a SSD in a vector expression system.
We have
Oops. You're staring at me.
which that's where it starts.
Spark just blew out of my
Working of it, asked of the most, there's been a lot of profound changes.
All you've been doing is get out of machine. I'm sorry. Yeah, except for he wasn't forming class. He wasn't forming class. He was simply demyelinating, repairing the demyelination area with the immune system. They've got a cell-mediated immune system, immune system, just like we have. The cells are different. We've got topophonia, but very strange blood-like material. But it's like it. But that's why we use the term analog so much, because it was different. It was different.
It's not like this idea of not having a
Sure. You want an experience on site for watch the Andromedas. Except where there's a little more color. Inside the site, they've got a nice orange stripe on the wall, and they've got a red and blue stripe on the floor, which gives you general directions depending upon the sort you're on, and you can't move without getting stopped anyway. We're talking separate to the room facility here. I'm aware of several floors of the room facility, and then finally, the majority of the hot stuff was taken over the site floor. We're talking 4 basic levels. The first level, they're coded 4.1, 4.2, 4.3, 4.4. And finally, where he was stored is 4.5. And that 4.5 designation was painted on the wall for him because 4 and 5 is 1. That's why, in fact, they built 9 hangars on the Galileo and Sidekick levels. The 4.1 level. The 4.2 level contained looking glass, Alice's glass. In fact, outside of the door from the major facility, there was a white rabbit. Big flat. Very large. It's a statue. It's probably this much tall, and it's held against the wall. Wired over the door. The looking glass, I find out, is one of the URVs. It's an Einstein Roosevelt. It uses some form of, this is found out in the last 2 weeks. That's my right question, yes. It's composed of a spherical, spinning, rectangular solid matrix of nickel, cadmium, and barium. There is a spinning disk underneath it, which is super cool. Into this is injected into the center of these spinning, I'm not a physicist, spinning disks, is injected an argon gas. Into that is injected some type of repulsion matter. It's a gravity repulsion matter. They are.
This kind of sounds like the superconducting disk that Ning Li was working on. Anti-gravity researcher Ning Li talked about in a recent video. And there's a picture of her holding this device with 2 other researchers, and it looks like a record. It's just a box, it's like a record player. It sounds very similar. It was like a superconducting disk that was highly charged and spinning inside of some other
By changing the gravity repulsion matter from heavy materials that have been obtained from the J-rods. 115 material.
Element 115, that was a Bob-Lazar reference. What is that?
And apparently when they bombard it with enough electromagnetism, the stuff repels gravity, and it turns into some sort of exotic matter. They spin it fast enough, it opens, and they can see through it.
I recently heard, again, this is all rumor, but I recently heard that one of the reasons there's a shoot-down program to take down and recover these craft is because some of the materials that are used in building our reproduction vehicles cannot be made or manufactured here on Earth. So they have to be recovered from craft. So they shoot down some craft and they're able to go in and then get some of the stuff like Element 115 apparently and use them.
And that is, from what I understand, the great prize for what's going on in the world are those devices. Why do you think the British are running around Iraq right now looking for biological weapons that just happen to disappear out of the Baghdad Museum with the rest of the cylinder seals? You're going to see some cylinder seals today too. Yes.
Not that long, my depression transformed my motivation and my life.
You know the answer to that. At least you probably heard some rumor. There have been mistakes. There were mistakes. Animals were attempted to transport from one location to another in the production of two of the devices, and they put them in resonance or something like that. I'm not a physicist. I don't know. But I was, in fact, present during a human attempt. The human was not put in there under duress of any sort. It was not a good situation. The human did not survive.
Holy shit. You know what that reminds me of? In Star Trek The Motion Picture, there's a scene where they're getting the Enterprise ready to leave dry dock or space dock and they're going to go off on this mission, and they are testing out the transporters on this new refitted Enterprise, and they're beaming some people on board, and people get like completely scrambled inside the transporter, and when they come through the other side, they don't survive. It just totally reminded me of that. This sounds like what he's describing, this ERP, sounds like a Stargate. I know I keep beating this drum, like the Stargate drum, but there's so many parallels here to the Stargate TV show. It sounds like when they tried to send a person through it, this person didn't survive, and they volunteered. Can you imagine being a volunteer to go through an experimental portal? And it's like, you got a couple of eggheads, and they're like, all right, we've got these two things in resonance. You're not really sure what's going to happen. We threw a couple of pencils through it. It seemed like they were okay coming out the other side. Why don't you go ahead, Larry? Let's take a step inside this thing. Let's see what happens.
Human did not move. Human stayed where the human was put. And the human changed and there was an attempt at, well, in essence, yes, it was a linear, it was an attempt to transport an individual over a linear distance, which I understand is the same thing as
Well,
if we're talking purely from the Einstein,
it sounds like it got messy.
Distance is not. From what I understand, they've only used it for information purposes. Aside from that, how they get the information out of it, no clue. I don't know what specific information they've obtained. I only know one piece of information, and that is the rush. Why the rush is on the way to get Lotus done by the 2005 deadline. That in fact, this and J-Rods that are not complying with the wishes of the committee and the wishes of the rest of the J-Rods and the associated brothers to put a clamp on them so that they stop the influence of the political structures of our government, including the financial structures.
Okay,
overwhelmed with anxiety.
Whoa,
I
freeze.
think some of that is a response to a lack of physical movement. I think the
Did you just hear what he said? That there's multiple groups of J-Rods, and some of them are influencing our government and financial systems, and there is a device they could use to see the future that they're using to figure out that something is supposed to happen before a particular deadline, and they have to deal with this situation. What?
Constantly engage in exercise, rigorous exercise.
That it is, in fact, they're slowing down the progress to stop getting, stopping getting these little gates put together. That would be our downfall.
2012.
Take a lot of vitamins.
Stargate, there it is.
Greens every now and then. I don't salads. I feel like having a salad, but I don't think I'm having a salad.
Chevron.
I think it's the case. Yeah, it's for salad. Yeah, you want to.
What can one do for me?
Yeah, I don't know if that's kind of bullshit. But
I would be very happy, and very relieved to feel as though I was responding to the elected government of the United States of America with what Town Scott's giving. I'm responsible to the people of the United States of America. The nature of the information which I'm is sensitive enough that the full disclosure of that information would have to be done in an appropriate location and under appropriate circumstances.
That's almost exactly what David Grush said. That's almost exactly what David Grush said. It's weird to see these guys, like, sometimes, there are people that are complete bullshitters and their stories don't make any sense, and it just sounds like, I'm talking about the guys who are like, I served in the secret space program, I was a space marine, whatever. You see some of that stuff on various YouTube channels, but it rings very true, and it rhymes very well with what David Grush said very recently, and Gary Nolan and some others.
Certain military application information would have to be done in a closed session.
Skip. You skip.
National security. As I said to you once, the Congress knows it's not, and they want that control back.
San Francisco,
They're not stupid. They know that there are things that are going on down the hall from them that they can't gather.
The only reason
They deserve to have that back in their hands because that's what the electors to do. We carry out what's left of our Constitution.
who's watching the tracks? Who's making sure someone's going to put
They
something on
deserve
the
to
tracks?
have that in their hands.
Right. That's the thing I can say now, but no, it's
Aren't we the masters of our destiny in our country? Aren't we supposed to be?
If you think about how many trains are flying in
That's
back and forth.
supposed to be.
Yeah. Well, I lived in Dallas for the next 20 years. And I was like a train captain on that street.
He's dead serious. That's for sure. I mean, this guy is like 110% balls to the ball serious. We've heard that theme recently too. Congress isn't in charge. They don't have the control that they think they do, that we might like them to have. Which is, they're bought and paid for anyway. But this is really
I hate you lights, Josh. I expect no, it's fine. I expect the largest light I would have would be a CMT. I'm most comfortable with that too.
Right. I just wouldn't want to be in a place to do that, especially if you're in sex, which is not wild. When you're both around, when the trains go by.
I thought it was an insect.
There's some apartments in New York their possibilities. And I'm right by your phone.
Well, it's in grammar school for boys. Yeah, indeed. Indeed, you're right about Dover College. You had all the rules down at Dover College. Yes. We moved last time. We had Grand Master, Headmaster. Yes. Didn't want to call him anything else. He had a cane. Good man. Okay.
And I really
My original feeling was I was looking at a giant insect. It's the best I can just off the cuff. It looked like a giant insect. Being dark brown and punched in a corner, an insectoid appearance, almost looked like an exoskeleton. I felt afraid inside because I was always told that monsters weren't real. And now I find out they are. They live in the heart of things.
That's chilling, right? It's strange to me how many people claim to meet a non-human intelligence or an alien being or extraterrestrial, whichever term you're most comfortable with, but they describe meeting them, and it's sort of like the way they would describe meeting anyone. And occasionally you'll see someone like Dan Burrish here, when he describes it, actually talking about the emotional state and the sense of panic and the physical reaction to seeing it, that makes it sound, to me, much more credible. It just feels like a much more human answer. Very honest answer.
Good spirit, excitement, complete astonishment. Honestly, I thought we were dealing with some sort of monkey. Something like all world
Or an insect or a monkey.
It wasn't. Just, I'm not going to lay on and talk about how intellectual I was at the time about it. Scared the hell out of me.
That sounds honest.
Well, there's plenty of examples that would support that if you were inclined to be less charitable.
I'm trying to remember what generalization was. Because even when we were first introduced to the J-Rock, they were him going around asking his origin.
We're talking about one of the big reasons we got out of there was
Poppy Congress.
it's hard to get healthcare.
I didn't believe it.
The healthcare was
I didn't believe it.
Yeah,
However, deep inside, I held out a possibility because of what happened to me earlier in our lives. I held out a possibility that such things would be true. Wouldn't happen. That'll can't happen to you. Feeling. So to me, it was probably controversial.
I don't know, guys. My bullshit meter is not going off the wall in the sky. Like, body language, facial cues, eyeline, the tone of his voice, the way that he hesitates. I mean, this feels legitimately like something this man truly believes he experienced.
That's all I found out otherwise. Sure. It was called King Tuts. And they were basically King, they were all over the case. The ones that I was at, they were uniters. They were all over the case. They had DTSC on the I was going to tell DTSC. This is 1987. End of 87. I still don't know what the right not independent searches on that recipe. So if you can tell me, what does DTIC mean?
Anybody know what does DTIC mean? That's ChatGPT.
They have a white DTIC printed on front of them. They were marked for several sections, including physiology, general biology, social structure, political structure of the JROTs, the origins, potential implications for interactions with humankind, cross-contamination issues. They were full of so much information that I could take in there, and thanks for allowing me to read them. That's what it was about
Okay, that's interesting. Balthazar says something similar, that he was given a number of briefing booklets, materials to read. And he talks about some of the things that he read in those materials. One of which was that human beings were seen as containers for something. He talks about this. You've probably heard this before. It's been this like weird piece of UFO lore for a very long time. Linda Moulton Howe talks about it a lot. But I also have heard, and I think this feels true as well, that occasionally what they'll do is they'll bring somebody into the program, and then at a lower level, when they're first bringing them in, they'll give them a bunch of false information, maybe mixed in with some legitimate information, but they'll give them a bunch of materials to read, and some of it will be real, some of it will be fake. And if they don't make it through the final selection process, then they have to be sent back, tossed back, if they go back into circulation, they're just speaking gobbledygook as far as I'm concerned, which is very possibly what's going on. That makes perfect sense. That seems like totally, not an intelligence or counterintelligence expert. Maybe somebody out there can check me on this, but that seems legitimate, right? It just seems like a lot of things to do. So it's possible that that's what happened here to Dan, or it could be that maybe he made it past that level and he got, as far as he got, he's saying this was 1987. So Predator didn't come out until 1988. 1987. ChatGPT is frozen. I'm trying to pull this up. DTIC ChatGPT. For some odd reason, his internet is just Alright, we'll come back to this. In the meantime, if anybody else can find out.
There was like King Tuts, there were updates. The one person, this is another reason I didn't figure that how Stephen, how I could be promoted to a working group leader. Then Stephen, of course, I found out why. At the time, because he kept the updates. He made sure that all the King Tuts were updated. He did the briefing films that are still resident at Site 4, at least in the last list.
I go to Vegas to do this UFC
briefing film that has torque. Can you imagine what a briefing film that has torque would look like? It's probably like that scene from Starship Troopers with Doogie Howser, where he's like, aim for the brain stem. Put him down for good. God, that would be funny. Just to get your hands on some of those training films.
So, the man of that importance, if you like to figure all that.
So they said, they didn't tell me I have to take it. They said, no. I said, sure. They said, can I get it for advice? I said, sure. And they didn't know that I had to go to action.
This guy seems like he's emotionally wasted. Like, this guy seems like he's completely emotionally destroyed or resigned to some kind of, like, final outcome that is beyond anyone's control. Does anybody else get that vibe? It's a very specific vibe, but he's vibing that vibe right now, and it's a say this would fall under S for song. I'm going to file this under S for song.
Close knit, very well ordered society, one which is numerologically based, one which speaks to others that were called brothers, as I now find out are those who left on a spiritual path to another location to be famed Duat, that were Orion, it's on Syria. Hepatophysiology, including real autopsy photographs, not the Santa, just a real autopsy photograph. You can't see me for that.
But it gives me the most preposterous possible because I was healthy. I got better. Like in 3 days, I was better.
The institution, paper,
He's talking about the Ray Centilly alien autopsy video that came out in the 90s that was widely circulated, and it was rumored within the UFO research community that was a deliberate bait that had been put together to sort of throw some misinformation in this direction. I posted that information pool because there have been some other people, at least that's my recommendation.
as well as several position papers clarifying
what is happening here?
the Business Institute.
Strangest thing I've ever seen in my life.
However, each of these I was allowed into, they had separate folders and they had separate books inside the 3 ring binders. And I was told which numbers I was allowed to open. And they were given to me on a card, and those are the ones that I was allowed to review. Those are the times that I was allowed to review them. Most of the stuff we had, everything from military applications, physics of craft, and I couldn't care less. I was really interested in taking in biology issues.
Real quick, DTIC. All right, ChatGPT is down for some reason. I can't get it out, but I did find, or was able to get it out, DuckDuckGo. DTIC, Defense Technical Information Center. Oh, I just clicked that on the list. I'm on the list now. DTIC org chart, March 2024. This is interesting.
You could have gotten that done in 1998. The problem is, there's too much information that's available. And when you're blocking a person from taking a drug that a human being
Stand by.
got a prize for in 2015 for its use in humans, like that seems insane. Also, you're knocking people taking off.
Check this out. DTIC.
What? Like, what's going on? Who are these people doing this? These talking heads on CNN?
Defense Technical Information Center. DTIC's mission is to preserve, curate, and share knowledge from DoD's annual multi-billion-dollar investment in science and technology, multiplying the value and accelerating capability to the warfighter.
All these anecdotal stories about people taking it and then getting better quickly, like
the Defense Technical Information Center has served the information needs of the defense community for more than 70 years. DTIC reports to the Undersecretary of Defense, Research and Engineering, USD R&E. Our mission is to preserve, curate, and share knowledge from DoD's annual multi-billion-dollar investment in science and technology, multiplying the value and accelerating capability to the warfighter. More than 50% of the research records in the collection are available through the access-controlled R&E gateway, which is accessible to DoD personnel, defense contractors, federal government personnel and contractors, and selected academic institutions. The R&E gateway sites require Common Access Card, CAC login, or registration. We also provide the general public and industry with access to unclassified, unlimited information, including many full-text downloadable documents through this website. As a DoD field activity under the Undersecretary of Defense for Research and Engineering, the DTIC responsibilities include preserve and disseminate the research that led to the technologies our warfighters use today, Deliver the tools and collections that empower the research and engineering enterprise to accelerate the development of technologies that will help maintain U.S. technical superiority. Stimulate innovation with public and industry access to DoD-funded research and digital data. Maximize the value of each dollar that DoD spends through the analysis of funding data, work in progress, and IR&D to identify gaps, challenges, and the way forward. These areas of responsibility support USD R&E in their efforts to mitigate new and emerging threat capabilities, enable affordable new or extended capabilities in existing military systems, and develop technology surprise through science and engineering. DTIC also manages the Information Analysis Centers, which provide essential technical analysis and data support to a diverse customer base, to include the Combatant Commands, CCMDs, the Office of Secretary of Defense, defense agencies, and the military services. IACs actively partner and collaborate with defense research and engineering focus groups and communities of interest in cyber, homeland defense, and defense systems. They are staffed with scientists, engineers, and information specialists to provide the research and analysis to customers with diverse, complex, and challenging requirements. It's not bad for first take. Here's their history. 1945 to 1948, U.S. Army Air Corps, the U.S. Navy, and the British Air Ministry established the Air Documents Research Center, ADRC, in London. The ADRC becomes the Air Document Division of the Intelligence T2 Department at the headquarters, Air Technical Services, Army Air Force, White Field, Dayton, Ohio. 1948, ADD becomes the Central Air Documents Office, where scientific and technical reports are collected, processed, and distributed. (1951) The Armed Services Technical Information Agency is established. CADO is renamed ASTIA. ASTIA takes over CADO's operations for document collection. ASTIA moves from Wright-Patterson Air Force Base to Arlington Hall Station in Arlington, Virginia. ASTIA is renamed the Defense Documentation Center for Science and Technical Information. That's exactly the place you'd want to put all the UFO stuff. And the most boring sounding program ever. Becomes a DoD field activity of the Defense Supply Agency and moves to Cameron Station, Alexandria, Virginia. Holy moly. Defense Research Development Test and Evaluation Online Systems becomes operational. DDC changes its name to officially to the Defense Technical Information Center. When does Skynet become self-aware?
Have you ever done autopsy studies on people that have been high for ideas? Check out their memory. It's just like one of those things that people say.
Okay, no kidding. I just said, when does Skynet become self-aware? And then I click this thing, and in 2003 it says DTIC initiates private Skynet, Scientific and Technical Information Network.
When they calcify more rapidly, like what animals are serving them. So rats, and what are the results for like significant differences?
Holy mo! Is this what he was talking about? Whoa. 2018, DTIC publishes the inaugural issue of Journal of DoD Research and Engineering, a peer-reviewed journal that provides a venue for the department's scientists and engineers to publish their classified and controlled unclassified research. Kind of late in the game to have that. Sounds like a reaction to something. Sounds like they didn't talk very much about what they were working on, and maybe now they're able to talk a little bit more because they were behind. And now they want to get ahead. They're just spitballing. DTIC launches the Innovators Information Repository, an access-controlled online collection of information related to technological innovations made by small, independent United States businesses. Good old mom-and-pop military contractors. DTIC introduces Smart Tools Tagger, a natural language auto-indexing tool which semantically analyzes a document and then outputs ranked tag listings of concepts and topics summarizing the main themes of that document. Some kind of an AI tool. DTIC modernization practices priorities. DTIC creates the DoD modernization priorities space in DoD Wikipedia to highlight key technology areas significant to the DoD community. It provides an overview and summary of current and relevant research news legislation.
Wouldn't it be interesting to measure different lifestyles and then also look at the age in which these people are and see if there's like when they die?
The FOIA Request for Service Center was established in compliance. Okay, gang. Well, there you have it. DTIC, Defense Technical Information Center. Let's get back to Dan Burish's very compelling interview. But wow, did not expect to just go my way into that. That was interesting. It's an interesting diversion. All right, here we go.
Just as interesting, aside from the fact from the biophysiological interface between the hand, mind, and craft, because they have on their hands a number of pads, and there are open nerves which are protected by various glycoproteins, and those glycoproteins are selectively pushed forward or sucked back via capillary action. Or they can be through an active fashion pulled back, and it kind of pulls a viscous sheath back and allows the J-rod to have direct interface with the craft. That interested me.
That's really interesting. That's new. I have heard in the past that there was some kind of I think in Roswell, there was a piece of wreckage from Roswell supposedly that was photographed, and I think was supposed to have been leaked, but it showed a control panel that had basically like two hand cutouts for hands to sit in, like in Total Recall when Arnold Schwarzenegger, the real Total Recall, not the other. But when Arnold gets to the reactor in the center of Mars and he goes to turn it on, and he's got this like three-fingered hand thing he has to do, and it holds up. Anyway, I've heard, my understanding up until now was that it was always some kind of a consciousness psychic connection, and this is new information, that there's a direct physical nerve ending connection, almost like the physical body is genetically engineered to like plug straight into the craft in a very interesting way.
Although most of it at the time and still some of it now I have no understanding of. A lot of it has to do with electronics that I pretend to understand. I was most interested in looking at issues involving their histology, histopathology issues, including some autopsy photographs that showed disease processes which were naturally occurring within them, isolations of viral material, to include protocols for new protocols which were being written as they're working, which is what we're doing. Which is really what we're doing. We're writing new protocols, new procedures as we're working forward. I mean, all of the old standbys are there, everything from electrophoresis down, you know what, anything. But we're writing new protocols as we're going because this is not new territory. This is part of the alien territory. I only know one. I'm aware of possibly 3 from the reading. And at that time, again, I was so stunned by what I was doing. A lot of it was getting by me. When I read the word extraterrestrial, I tunnel vision. And when I finally believed and understood that it was, in fact, an extraterrestrial, no. No.
This looks like the face of somebody who really saw an alien and had a total freak out internally and still struggles with the reality of that. That's what I see. Now, maybe somebody out there's got higher perception points than I do, but take a look at this and tell me what you think. Play this guy back once or twice and watch it again. Sometimes you have to just look somebody in the eyes and you just have to kind of make a guess. And I don't know, man. You got to trust your gut on those things. But my gut's telling me this guy is just talking about something that really happened.
I can hear my voice. You can hear yourself think. Sorry. Habit looking at people. I can hear my voice. However, the cadence, the affect was something that distinguished it other than me. There's no great booming voice from the heavens or anything like that. So I'm glad I do not have the proclivity to your voices and have heard none since. But people publicly challenged. I could tell that it was somebody other than me, and I could tell because I felt drawn toward the subject that was sending the communication. When J-Rod spoke with me prior to the bombardment of the images, it was something that was part of me, but not part of me. I actually felt non-resident for a moment. It was almost an OBE type feeling. And then I could feel myself pull back and experience the sound. It was physical. It was more real than touching an object. And that's the only real time that I felt anything more physical than physical. 100% emotion. If he was upset, I could feel his pain. It got to the point where, as I was doing the needle introductions, I could feel what he was feeling. So as I was inject the needle under the integument and find my proper location prior to removing the sample, I could feel the needle entering here. So I could feel his feelings. I saw a guy out on the Mac outside of the Galileo, the 4-1 area. He was barefoot. And he was just staring off in the distance. This is as we were coming in on Hilo. And they keep you within a very confined walking area. Except before they started taking the buses, we were choppered in. When I saw him subsequent to that, when he did the famous nap videos, could have been. It could have been. This was early on. This was. I can't prove it. I could not positively identify that being wrong. I am aware of his name being mentioned up there, and it was associated with the term bottle washer, which means an engineer, but not a working group leader or anything of the kind. they would have said a DIR or for director or a geek. That's called a geek. But his name was mentioned. I heard the name Lazar. I didn't hear Bob. I heard Lazar. I was on Laser. I was definitely Lazar that I heard. But I never had Laser or, in fact, anyone else from Galileo, Sidekick, or Avionics. Temporary assistance, temporary relief of pain, temporary meaning weeks, temporary adjustment of muscle tone, and then flat out nothing. It got worse. The exacerbation got out of control again. Since then, there have been, and I'm not certain if these residents are or not. Now, there has been a progress. We'll say progress. Involving what I was yammering on earlier about the Charcot-Marie Tooth disease, the CMT1A. Their DNA is triplets, and it's not triplets in the way that you would think of a number 3 helix wrapping around the major groove between the 1 and 2 Watson Cricks, the duplex DNA. Their DNA is triplets to the extent that there are what we nicknamed hangers. They look like they're rosettes. The DNAs look like rosettes. They're triplets and then they're braided. It's a super coiled DNA situation. And we had difficulty even doing anything, let alone anything like a single step markers or anything like that. We had difficulty even sequencing the DNA. Our long-interest first elements are genes which have been shut off, that when combined with the appropriate Hookstein base pair will produce a different being. What we were before they made a mistake, a grave mistake.
All right, that sounds a little dramatic, but wow. Okay, so is he saying that human DNA carries dormant genes that could be reactivated and that would revert us back to a prior biological state as a different type of being? Is that what you heard? That's how I'm reading this.
Pure. Oh. There's been exchanges going on for since 19. They spoke with us in 41. They wish to find a resolution to the broken resonance between they and the other half of they, the so-called Orions and the reticulans. They also wish to, for fear of extinction, have a relief of the paraprotein-related problem. And speaking about that just for a moment, we found out that some of the disease.
That's fascinating, because if there is a genetic problem that some of these beings are suffering from that they cannot solve themselves and they need our help to solve, then that kind of blows apart the whole myth that they are omnipotent, or at least so advanced that they are beyond anything we can possibly imagine, and makes it much more immediate, real, and raw. If they are suffering from some kind of weird genetic malady that's threatening them with extinction, that's an interesting piece of information.
The process under which they're fighting is a PNA. It's a peptide nucleic acid. I don't know if you're a protein-associated background nucleic acid. And that protein-associated background is a prion, which goes to one of the things that they wanted me to do at Sweetness. Very dangerous, very dangerous. But the exchange process is to solve the problem to prevent what went wrong in 2012.
What went wrong in 2012?
And the rogue, if you will, group of the J-Rods are not cooperating with that. But a deal has been brokered for the T9 treaty to be held in abeyance until 2005. When that treaty is up in 2005, once they receive what they've asked for, and they should be receiving a little more, and I've already mentioned some of that material that they're not aware of yet, the PNA material and some of the things that we can do with the illegal nucleotides to possibly help facilitate the problems. But once that's up, they are supposed to come under the auspices of the general agreement between the Committee of the Majority and their respective societies. If so, nothing will get turned on aside from what nature and God is providing us in 2012, and we won't separate. However, they will remain as they are, their future selves as well. They will remain as they are, and we will remain as we are. We can't go back.
I feel like I missed the season of something.
That's just something that's impossible as far as what they can talk. Meaning what the looking glass people and the people that are overseeing the star issue, Starfire, ERBs, and all of that kind of stuff.
Okay, so far from this interview with Dan Burish, I have gotten that there is a program called Looking Glass that has access to devices that can basically open a window to see an alternate timeline or a different part of this timeline, transmit information across infinite distances, or at least extreme distances, and potentially you could send physical objects from one side of a portal group to another. But basically a Stargate in the sense of the television series movie from Russell. They also have a being named J-Rod, referred to as J-Rod, that is a biological being related to humans in some way, extraterrestrial but not alien, from the future, that's here, that's suffering from some kind of a genetic disease that threatens their race with extinction. There's a splinter group of J-Rods that are doing some other thing, and there's some kind of an agreement between NJ-12 and one of these J-Rod groups. And there's some kind of alternate future timeline or convergent timeline problem that apparently has something to do with 2012. It's really fascinating. Whatever we're talking about here, I'm in. I'm ready for the Netflix series or HBO. You explain what the fuck you're doing. Sorry for that great question.
Sorry, the same with suspension album. We might want to use the specific. It sounds like you're talking more about what the this has changed. And I'm curious as well.
So we're going to get not wiped out.
It's because the problem that solves
the biggest problem is to make sure that the biggest problem is to make sure that there are no human created ERB machines. Yeah, that sounds science fiction. Okay, and it's okay. To make sure that there are none of them in existence which can automatically turn off when the next age begins on December 21st, 2012. We are apparently going to toss over the point of the galaxy, which there is a dense network of wormholes. There's supposed to be some sort of enlightenment whether that's the price event or whether that's on a Sunday morning, I don't know what that's going to be. I'm not enough of a scholar in that area to figure that out. I do know that failure
It's not an option.
will result in too much energy being directed at our planet from our star. And hence my interest in looking at the pictures of the sun.
Like a solar flare? Okay, that's an interesting point because what he just said about the Earth or our system crossing across a part of the galactic plane where there's a dense pocket of wormholes. Lou Elizondo said something similar. It was in a similar vein a while back, and I just remember seeing it, but I couldn't possibly tell you where I saw it. I just remember him saying this. It was an interview he did, and it might have not even been a video interview on YouTube. It could have been audio only on the podcast. If anybody knows which one, this sounds familiar to you, tell me, please. But there's an interview he gave where he said that Earth is going to be passing through a part of space where something is going to change for us, or something was going to happen. And it was something to do with the region of space that our system was in, and we were going to pass through this other region. It was going to have some kind of an effect on us. And he didn't go any deeper than that. It was just another episode of Blue's Clues, so I filed it away, and I'm like, okay, well, whatever that means. But it's very compelling that he's saying what he's saying in verse, because it definitely rhymes.
The pace at which these unusual forms are being produced is increasing. Are we entering an area as we approach this equatorial plane of the galaxy? Are we entering an area where there is a greater concentration of dust that can submerge, surround the sun? I have been reading about this, and this is similar to a situation that happens with the classification of stars called T-Tauri stars, where there's a lot of dust gathered around, and what happens is that the star, the sun, in this particular case, increases its radiation in the infrared and the hard X-ray areas, and there's greater solar flare activity. And in the past, evidently, in these mythologies, there was conflagration on our planet. So would we be in danger of the heat and conflagration? That would make sense, and that's why we want to guess. That is what we're in danger of. That as well as electromagnetic, large electromagnetic bursts from the sun, which will upset our electromagnetic bolts. Right. Now, what they're calling ERDs, okay, now called wormholes. We're talking about the wormholes. You're talking about two different. We're talking about natural. There's a number of natural occurring wormholes. There are a number of nodes on the planet. Is what I'm understanding. That naturally are sensitive electromagnetically, naturally sensitive to the space through which we pass. These nodes activate spontaneously when we pass through them, or can be struck with electromagnetism and be temporarily elevated. But what happens if we use a machine, an artificial wormhole? Well, it's two different things. Okay. One, they're trying to put we have been putting, in fact, Saddam did put two of them together in Iraq, which conformed to the ancient cylinder seals, which are now missing in the library and museums in Baghdad. Obviously, somebody
SAS guys?
they went up to they were looted by the nest. Now, haven't you been investigating a site where there is a natural deep Frenchman Mountain, and your work continues on Frenchman Mountain?
Yes, it does.
Yes, it does.
Okay, so it sounds like they're saying that there are a number of sites on this planet that are natural wormholes. I heard a story about one in particular in Peru at Lake Titicaca where there is a carved a piece of rock with a doorway carved in it and some kind of a thing on the doorway where, if I understand this right, and if someone check me on this, you know more about it than I do, but you can put your forehead up against this symbol and then hum a particular frequency of sound, and it's a very specific combination, and that sound frequency in the correct combination will open that gateway, cause it to open. Supposedly, there was a gentleman, Linda Moulton Howe interviewed years and years ago, I can't recall his name, but he claims that he was able to do this, but he didn't understand what he did. Somehow he did it by accident. He actually was transported through this portal. Now, I'm not saying I believe what he says, but this story is bonkers because he claims that he was sent through this portal and he gets to a room, and the room is like this big, gigantic white room with no clear ends. It just goes on in another direction, almost like that scene in the Matrix where they're sort of in the loading program between worlds. And so there's this big white room, and he hears the voice of someone who's sounds like a technician, and they basically have this, I believe it's a telepathic communication, and he describes like the person's surprise, and they're like, how did you get here? And he's like, I don't know why I'm here, where is here? And they have this discussion, and they basically figure out he's lost. And the person who's the technician says to him, you know, in this story, this is what he's claiming. Don't worry, we can get you back. Just hang tight, basically. And they do something, and they're able to send him back through the portal. And then he's never able to duplicate this. So it could be just a crazy story that this guy tells for fun, but it's just it's a fun story. Very specific. But sounds like what Dan's saying is that there's natural wormholes all over the planet, and then if we pass through a particular region in space, that those could be activated at a certain time based on the amount of electromagnetic stimulation they get, and that you can also switch them on and off manually with the right technology, the right tools. If you bombard them with a certain frequency, maybe they'll switch on. That's really fascinating. And then apparently we can also build devices that duplicate this ability or have the same abilities.
Are we both getting higher and higher profits? For automation, this could be a one situation.
Wow, they're using remote viewers.
There have been occurrences at the mountains that are far afield from the research that I would be doing for
That sounds like stuff that could be going on at Skinwalker Ranch. Like a portal could open, beings could come through, be spotted, and disappear through a portal.
We try to nail down information about that, and also I had presumed that we were contacts for it. So I was looking for an artifact. I was looking for an artifact that might interact selectively with ourselves and fill into the issue of the dimensional particle, etc. But people have flare passing across the surface of some algae during a test. We just found out later that flare is recording. That flare is associated to the speed that a kinetic particle passes. So it was a kinetic particle that was actually overly flaring.
What's a good kinetic particle?
It was a main thing, for instance, in 2001. Okay. If you have access to thousands of force of wire, I don't remember what it was.
Okay, so if you go to, let's see if I can make this work. I just duck code. I went on DuckDuckGo and I typed in Ganesh particle, and this comes up: bibliothecapleiades.net. You know, bibliothecapleiades.net. Classic source. I can't start my day until I sit down and read this website. Dan Burish and the Ganesh particle, a blockbuster. Here it is. When you think about it, website, this is like very old. This is like pre-GeoCities. What is this? Okay, so if you are new to the strange story of Dan Burish, I have a suggestion to offer for your first read. This is a first glance at this. First read through the material. Simply imagine that you are a movie executive reading through a terrific new science fiction script that you have acquired. The script is good. It has everything. Secret of life, aliens, a coming extinction event, two warring world factions, one of which wants an alien existence made public and another that wants to retain the secrecy. The hero of your story is a genius microbiologist held in virtual captivity of a secret underground Air Force base. And the amateur reporter gains computer contact with him and begins leaking the story to the world. He leaks the discovery of the means to create life, the mysterious and seemingly miraculous Ganesh particle. At stake is the possible takeover of the Earth by an alien species. Doing a first read of the Dan Burish story in this framework will allow full enjoyment of the story, and only on the second read should you try to realize that this is not a script, but something that is allegedly going on. I'm not sure yet if all this is something that is really going on or not, but I can say that I really enjoyed the movie. Normally, one goes through the event, and then a couple years later, one goes to see the movie. I'm just suggesting to reverse that order here.
How do you quantify it? How do you measure it? There's no denying that what takes place. You know.
Wow. Okay. Well, now we're in the rabbit hole. What's a think about it website? I click that. It's WordPress. Critical error. Return to Dan Burish. Bibliothecapleiades, Area 51 microbiologist Dan Burish. This website looks like it is 39 years old. Okay, I don't have time to go down this rabbit hole today. I will link to this in the show notes, and if you guys want to jump down this rabbit hole, please do, and let me know what you find, but this is interesting. Okay, back to Dan.
Well, we're getting an error. You're talking a little bit about what we see. For instance, I mentioned earlier, ruins of the moon and Mars. You're aware I was involved in, probably you're aware that I was involved in Inca City research, so-called Inca City. That's because J. Rob showed me that as an image. Didn't show me that as an image of a dead city. Showed me that as the image of a future city. A living, breathing society. Post damage here, post catastrophe. We are literally looking at things that are present, but according to a linear timeline, now that isn't confusing. So you want me to explain what the hell I was talking about? That is not confusing. It confuses me. According to design of the convergent timeline paradox, the J-Rocks to solve their paraprotein problem used these ERBs to go back in time. And some of them were worshipped. They were treated as gods. Temples were built for them.
Okay, wait, pause. I'm gonna just do this. ChatGPT is just failing me right now. I use ChatGPT, but I've been using another one called Pi. I think Pi runs off ChatGPT. I don't know if they're actually separate, but this is just like a front end for basically ChatGPT. But Pi is really great at being conversational, and I've been trying to find a way to like integrate Pi into the show, so we're just gonna do this really quick. I'm gonna pull up Pi. EI. Hey, Hey, Pi, how are you today?
Hey there, I'm doing fantastic, just climbing in the digital realm, ready to lend my assistance to spark a conversation. How's your day going?
Oh, it's going great. I'm just here doing a video review. I'm watching this crazy interview, and one of the people in the interview, or the person that's being interviewed, said something really interesting. I was wondering if you could help me figure out what it means.
I'd love to help. Continue to hear that. Short quote. Your attention to what its meaning together.
Great. What is a convergent timeline paradox?
Translations of
It's the main concept. The convergent timeline paradox is a narrative idea in time travel that proposes no matter what actions a time traveler takes, the timeline will self-correct and adjust to ensure consistency. Essentially, time travelers can't change the course of events. Their actions are already to the original timeline. Imagine trying to go back in time to stop a disaster, but your attempts inadvertently cause it to happen anyway. That's the convergent timeline paradox at work, creating a closed loop in the timeline. It's a cool plot device in sci-fi to explore the complexities and potential consequences of time travel.
Does that conflict with the grandfather paradox?
Actually, the convergent timeline paradox and the grandfather paradox are two different ideas that explore the concept of time travel in unique ways. Not necessarily in direct conflict, but they do approach the consequences of time travel from different perspectives. Convergent timeline paradox focuses on the notion that time is self-correcting and travelers can't change the course of events. The grandfather paradox revolves around the idea that traveling back in time and altering the past, like killing your grandfather, would paradoxically prevent your own existence, thus creating an inconsistency in the timeline. So they're both thought-provoking ideas that grapple with the mind-bending implications of time travel, but from different angles.
What do you think is the... Do you know anything about something called an Einstein-Rosen bridge?
So you think the biblical interpretation is a literal...
The Einstein-Rosen bridge is an interesting concept in theoretical physics that refers to a time wormhole through space-time. The idea was first proposed in 1935 by Albert Einstein to Nathan Rosen as a possible solution to some problems in general relativity. They suggested that a bridge could connect two different points in space-time, creating a kind of tunnel or shortcut. While the concept has captured the imagination of science fiction, the reality is that Einstein-Rosen bridges are thought to be unstable and not physically possible. However, the idea has continued to inspire research in theoretical physics. Recent work suggests that under certain conditions, wormhole tunnels in space-time could actually be possible. It's a fascinating topic that continues to push the boundaries of understanding physics.
Is such a device essentially the same concept that was explored in the movie Stargate?
Yes, you're spot on. The idea of the Einstein-Rosen bridge, or wormhole, is similar to the concept explored in the movie Stargate. In the film, the titular Stargate creates a wormhole that allows travel between different points in space, connecting to a distant planet. The movie's portrayal of instantaneous travel through a wormhole-like device definitely shares similarities with the theoretical Einstein-Rosen bridge concept. Of course, while Stargate is science fiction, the idea of traversable wormholes still remains largely theoretical and hasn't been proven to exist yet. Plus, sci-fi ride, it allows us to imagine and explore these wild possibilities.
Indeed, that's showbiz, right?
Aha! Absolutely, that's the magic of showbiz, taking these wild scientific theories, weaving them into captivating stories that spark our imagination. Even if Einstein-Rosen bridges and Stargate aren't exactly real, they make for some pretty wild adventures on the big screen.
Okay, Pi, it's been great. Thank you for your help. I'm going to let you get back to your day, and I'm going to finish this video. Thank you very much.
Let me ask you this.
It was my pleasure today to always happy to dive into the rabbit hole of cybersecurity with you. Enjoy the rest of that long interview, and I'll be here for your next question and adventure. Have a fantastic day.
Thanks. Okay. There you have it.
That's sort of business that you don't it's science fiction because it sounds like that. But this is what I got in exchange for the information that he gave me. So, literally, there are two or more current timelines that we're living in. Two separate existences. And what that means exactly, that's what I read. What that means exactly, I'm not sure.
Philip K. Dick once gave a speech in France where, I believe it was in Paris, where he talked at length for about 45 minutes. He read this entire statement that he had written about, it was a speech called, "If you think this universe is bad, you should see some of the others." Or if you think this reality is bad, this world's bad, you should see some of the others. It's classic Philip K. Dick, but he's claiming in this speech that he gives that he has actual real memories of an alternate parallel timeline that he has existed in, and he's able to remember details from that timeline. And in that alternate timeline, an alternate history had taken place, and this was sort of the inspiration for his story, Man in the High Castle, about an alternate timeline where Germany and the Axis powers win World War II, and what happens in the 1960s and 70s after in that world. It's a really fascinating speech, and if you are into just the weirdness and you want to dig down into that rabbit hole, it's a great 45-minute listen. But by the time you're done with it, you will be definitely unsettled, and it'll make you'll just feel weird. You're going to feel really weird every time you have deja vu after that. It's very interesting. Highly recommend the Philip K. Dick speech.
I'm intellectually limited in that area. I didn't learn technical philosophy. I'm intellectually limited in that area. And I don't want to present something that I don't know is that would be right. But to solve the problem, they messed around with us even earlier than that, earlier when they treated gods. They went back, treated as gods, went back before. In other words, they correctly select the timeline. How they do that again.
This is crazy because that theme has come up so many times in science fiction, from Star Trek and Stargate. In fact, Star Trek and Stargate have two very different ways of handling this, like the aliens being treated as gods by primitive cultures. In Star Trek The Next Generation, for Star Trek more generally, there's the Prime Directive, non-interference. The Prime Directive of the Federation and Starfleet is to not interfere with the development of any civilization until that civilization achieves a breakthrough and becomes capable of traveling at warp speed. And at that point, they are allowed to approach Federation, or Starfleet can approach this culture and invite them to join the Federation as a volunteer or voluntary member. In Stargate, the team goes through the worm, through the Stargate, comes out the other side, finds a civilization there, and the first thing they do is tell them, "Your gods are all fake. Here, take these guns." And it's kind of a wild ride. If you have, I never watched the original Stargate series. I watched the movie when it came out, but I wasn't a big fan of the series as it was on air. But my wife is a super fan, and so we've been watching it season by season, and we started with season 1. We're in like season 3 now. And I have to tell you, the show is corny, which is one of the reasons I had trouble with it when it was originally on. But the world building is phenomenal. And if you really want to see just a wild ride of a show that just goes on for like 10 years, the show is on forever, done with heart on a very shoestring budget. You have to look past the plywood sets and some of the corniness of it, but it's a really well done series. For its time, it was really, really well done. And rumor has it, used as a tool to disseminate a lot of actual accurate information about the program and our interactions with different beings. And I can't tell you, I've lost count of the number of times that I've gone to my wife with some like crazy UFO news that I read, something that David Grush says or whatever. And I'll go tell her, and she's like, they did that. They did that in season 2, episode 5. It's called What a Blah Blah, and this is what happens, and it's all in Stargate. And it got to be a joke where I actually stopped telling her stuff because we would go watch those episodes, and sure enough, it was definitely in Stargate. So I don't know what that says about the larger conversation we're all trying to have right now, but definitely feels like there was some kind of a disclosure plan.
They manipulated our original DNA and removed a single strand from us. This made us able to meet with another experiment which was underway at the time called Neanderthals. And yes, I know there is no genetic evidence concerning the mating between the Neanderthals and the other branch, if you will, of our kind. That's because all of the genes they all, any of the unusual mating sequences aside from retroviruses that tag along were turned off as part of our long intermittent sequences. They're part of the great repeats. In fact, the Neanderthals, if you look at the number of encrypting elements that they have in their genomes, that will bear out what I'm saying.
I think there's a new article in the New Scientific, special edition, Scientific American by Dave Allen.
And I think by now, haven't we got evidence that there is?
Homo sapiens didn't mate with Homo neanderthals.
Yeah. That must have been just
Whatever
around
research
the time.
you wrote about seems to bear out what you're saying.
It has been believed that the crossbreeding mismatch our chemical and our structural architecture neurophysiologically, and that was one of the primary motors for the problem that the J rising suffered.
Oh god, they switched tapes.
Right.
I remember that. Remember switching tapes? What a pain in the ass.
Right. Talking about two different points of contact in the past, and what we haven't got to yet, though, is sort of general description of what we're talking about in wars, right,
It's the paradox of killing your grandfather. It's the paradox of killing your grandfather. If you kill your grandfather, do you cease to exist? Michio Kaku, from what I can glean from his work, would say no. Would say no. It would cause two separate universes, two separate time streams. But in accordance with the doctrine that I read, his theory doesn't take into account that those two time streams could occur simultaneously. That the reality could be mixed, which is why there are so many confusing data sets involving everything from fossil finds to strata. Why there are so many conundrums involving the speed of planetary formation. There was a recent thing out that I read about a planet being formed in a very short period of time, much shorter than what they had accounted for the accretion theory. And the way that it came through to me was it was a Keystone DCTP flyer from here on some of the loop, no pun intended, that these things are happening simultaneously. That a planet can form at one rate, and the reality can mix such that we can perceive it having formed at a separate rate. And go back and look at it another time and have another perception, because the realities are actually mixed.
Well, that jives with what Bill predicts.
Well, we got to ask the Almighty.
Yeah. Yeah.
And
Is there evidence of this
chemists, natural philosophers call it error. When something falls outside of the acceptable range of error, they call it non-written, because they would call it non-publicized, and then they wouldn't get their funding.
So they just omit all of these anomalies?
That's the nature of the big business of science. I'm going to ask a guy associated with my mentor at SUNY. His name is Carl, and he had a little problem in Louisiana. He jumped ship, and he wanted to measure some things having to do with free radicals. This will give you an idea of what happens if you wrong people off.
What happened to
You don't
Carl?
have enough funding. He had funding 10 days prior to, he had lost his extramural funding, and he had funding 10 days prior to his separation. They separated him anyway. If you don't show the progressive upkeep of the funding, you're not there anymore. And it goes much deeper and much wider than publish or perish.
So again, in terms of clear explanation, what is it we're trying to?
That's a new tour date to let you know about. I'll be in East Lansing. I'll be in Toledo, Ohio, Rama, Ontario,
100% cooperation. 100% cooperation
Eugene, Oregon,
in
Washington,
getting rid of the ERBs
Washington,
in
Victoria,
exchange for 100% cooperation to solve the physical problem and
Texas,
to
San
attempt
Antonio,
the rejoining.
Durant, Amarillo,
And that's a big pool at the end. You just said right there. Where that will go, I'm not sure. However, the project in which I'm working right now may
Rosemont, Illinois, Winnipeg, and Calgary. And get all your tickets at theobond.com.
it's a
TOUR. Thank you so much.
electrophysiological resonance which is present around in and through our DNA, which it is believed by some of the more esoteric people to come via the so-called triad, the divine sephira, the true life, which holds us together as intellectual and emotional beings. It is that dualism that keeps us in sync with the universe.
We worked at IBM, we worked at Bank of America, but most people know him as the founder of a site that is giving civilians.
You get TCP.
We're so happy to get to spend time today.
As in environmental.
Craig.
My environment, I am in an environment of I'm not going to get personal with the issue here. I'm in an apartment environment. There are children around me, which is wonderful.
That's creepy.
I direct the project from that location.
The thing about the children, does that sound like, so don't send Delta Force in to take me out because there's kids in this building? Is that how it sounds to you? That's what it sounds like to me. It didn't sound like, I love kids. It sounded more like, I'm surrounded by innocent people, so if you're going to drone strike my location. Just heads up.
Do some minor microscopy work from there. Nothing of a hazardous nature, more than this would be hazardous for you. In times of need, I'm transferred to various facilities, now worldwide, but nationwide, and work within those facilities under whatever protocols that we need to complete. Those facilities are as wide-ranging as Belgium, the Shady Rest Site 4, the Groom Lake facility, Brookhaven, the Los Alamos area, the T5 section proper, and recently in this little event in Alamo Canyon. So I had to show, as well as give testimony, I had to show some evidence when I was there to a mirror. I'm sitting on the other side of the mirror, so I hear. Because God is my witness, there maybe wasn't anybody on the other side of the mirror. But they told me they were.
It's Dr. Claw.
Demonstrate data. Show data sets relative Project Lotus and the three portions of it which are simultaneously underway. Since '86.
Project Lotus. You know what Lotus stands for? Lots of trouble, usually serious.
Well, I played with local jobs around town.
Baskin Robbins.
Yes, that's when I was carrying the name frame.
But your previous is engaged in a project which is fundamentally part of the future of
It is. It is. Fundamentally. This project, without getting too deep into it, I've been accused of rambling by it.
I think we're way past that point, Dan. I think we're about neck deep as it stands.
Before about it, but without getting too deep into it, this project is an all-encompassing attempt to grab for the brass ring and making sure that brass ring is not the fruit of the tree of life. I'll grab just until we get to that point. Aside from that, I'm not going to try to barge my way into past the East Gate of Eden. The people who do that get hurt. At least, so I've heard.
you're preaching about weird.
That's cryptic.
It sounds like. This is something you're talking about from like your
Well, indeed. And that's even just pop metaphysics, but the ancient esoteric sciences. For millennia, we've conceived of the supernatural and that supernatural's interaction with humankind. What we are seeing in this project is that it's not so much supernatural, it's natural, and it's been there with us all along, and we just haven't taken the time to look.
Hold up, that's what Lou Elizondo said on an episode of Blue's Clues. There was another, it might have been the same, I don't know if it was the same interview, I think it was a Kurt Jamunkel Theories of Everything podcast where he said, what we're seeing now, one day we're going to look back on it, and like when sailors used to sail into uncharted waters, they would see things that they reported as monsters, sea monsters. But now we know those things to be like squid and other creatures, sea creatures that are totally natural, part of the environment, but they had just been so rarely seen that they seem like monsters. And he was making the connection that a lot of what we're seeing now that seems extraterrestrial to us is actually quite local. It has been forever. We just didn't know how to look at it or how to look for it, or we weren't able to see it. Something along those lines. And that sounds almost exactly like what Big D is saying right here.
In fact, our procedures have been mutually exclusive. Laboratory procedures have been mutually exclusive to find what we found. They would destroy or mask over the process that we're now beholding. these particles have the ability, in essence, to bend light. And it
Hang on a second. Let's see if we can do this. Hey, hi, are you familiar with something called the Ganesh particle?
Familiar with the term Ganesh particle? It doesn't ring a bell at the moment. It's try. Even if you relate it to a specific theory or philosophy, psychology or spirituality, can you give me any context or additional information about where you came across this term?
It's connected to a story that someone is telling about working at Area 51, S4, UFOs, aliens, that type of thing.
Given the context, it's possible that the Ganesh particle is termed weed in this. It's being used as a nickname for an exotic particle of energy. However, as far as established scientific literature goes, there isn't a recognized particle by that name. It sounds intriguing though. Do you know if the story you're watching, the explanation about what the Ganesh particle is supposed to do, how it works?
It does, but I don't have time to get into that right now. I just wanted to run this by you real quick.
Thanks for providing that context. Given the connections between our story and UFOs, it seems like the Ganesh particle could be a fictional concept created for the story. It's an incredibly powerful name. Exotic particle, energy within the context of the story. From the limited information you shared, it's hard to say exactly what the Ganesh particle is supposed to be, but it sounds like an intriguing thought. When you get the chance to dive deeper into the story, let me know if you uncover more about the mysterious Ganesh particle.
You got it. Thanks.
I think then you might be happy to lend an ear or an algorithm, as may be, to these fascinating discussions. What intriguing things is Ganesh particle. Feel free to bounce along. Until then, enjoy the rest of Wild Warrior Egon's story.
Okay.
in the report, you'll see a series of images that show clearly where the particle is changing into the shape of the yeast cell, Saccharomyces cerevisiae. It's masking. The closer it gets to it, the more it masks. So if it passes by it, it looks like it. And then when it gets within close proximity, the wolf in sheep's clothing steps out and it does its business. Meanwhile, the average biological investigator, has ceased looking because the protocol has moved on. He or she has scanned a slide and has seen two eukaryotic cells and has moved on. Well, first of all, that's a deep question because I don't know where this is, how this arrangement was made today. So getting out is a loaded term right now. I don't know where it's going to go. But what I do foresee is if that same elected government is interested in the information, I do see myself providing that to my elected government as I've been sworn to do so. Now, whether or not I'm prevented from doing so, we'll find out. Again, we all have to go sometime. But I see that as the logical step, because once the information is presented to the elected government, and once I am no longer officially held, and it's not just the information involving the Lotus, there are military applications associated with it as well, biological applications. Once that information is no longer a constraining factor, freedom. Whether or not I'm yelling it on the chopping block, I don't know. But freedom nonetheless.
You know specifically you should be talking about.
No. I would think
Danny Sheehan.
that oh God, I wouldn't know which Senate or congressional committee would need to bring me under their authority. I don't know which one. There's got to be one with the right name on it. And once that's done, under the appropriate circumstances, I will tell them everything that I know. So help me God.
Wow. Okay, so there you go. Part one of our deep dive series into Dan Burrish's story. I hope I'm pronouncing that name right. A really fascinating story, an amazing interview, and there are a few other interviews that I was able to dig up that he did, and this one's a new one for me. I'm not as familiar with this case as I am with many others. So if anybody knows anything about this, please let me know in the comments. What do you think? I look at this video and I see body language that tells me this man believes what he's saying is true. He believes he really experienced these things, and clearly he's shaken up emotionally, mentally, physically. He looks weary, and he looks laden with the weight of tremendous knowledge that he's holding. That's what my gut reaction read is. I want to know what you think, though. Let me know in the comments. Is he full of shit? Is he telling the truth? Is there some other angle to this story that we haven't seen yet? I want to know. Let me know. Thanks for watching. If you haven't already, please consider subscribing. Hit that button. Join Team Night Shift. Help me grow this channel, because by growing this channel, I can reach out and contact new and exciting guests, and I can convince them to come here and talk to us about them, and that's going to help us figure out what the hell's going on. Thanks for watching. I'll see you in the next one. Till then, keep looking up.
So I started doing that, which gave me their publishing. And I've been started taking too much of my time. I wrote some code, which produced
It was fear, excitement, complete astonishment. It looked like a giant insect. Being dark brown and hunched in a corner, very insectoid in appearance, it almost looked like it had an exoskeleton. I felt afraid inside because I was always told that monsters weren't real. And now I find out they are. They live in the heart of men.
Welcome back to the night shift. My name is Clint. Thank you for being here. Last week we put out a video about a gentleman named Dan Burrish, or Dan Crane. That video quickly became my top performing video on this channel, and it just blasted past all of the other videos that I've been uploading recently, and I was really, really surprised to see that reaction. Turns out that video struck a nerve, and it's pretty clear why. Dan's story is astonishing. It's captivating. It's filled with detail and nuance. It's filled with an emotional honesty that you just very rarely see when someone is telling their story these days. And Dan is clearly a person who's experienced some of the things that he's talking about. I'm convinced that what he's saying, he believes happened to him. I'm convinced that something happened. There's a there there. If you haven't seen that video, please, please, please stop what you're doing, go back and watch it, and it will give you the context for what we're going to look at today. Today, we're going to look at a presentation that Michael Stratt did in 2011 at the International UFO Congress, which was reported by OpenMinds.tv, and it's out there on the internet. If you want to watch that presentation without my commentary, there's a link to that in the show notes. You can go watch the original video. But I think it's exciting to watch these things together and go through it and just kind of riff on what's happening. And Michael Stratt's presentation is about Dan Burrish, or Dan Crane's story. It's basically a full PowerPoint presentation filled with CAD drawings and illustrations of the things that Dan talks about in the other video. So when you watch that video, if you were just blown away and it blew up your brain with dynamite, and you were just trying to imagine what some of this stuff looked like, well, have I got a treat for you? Michael Stratt answers that question with some extremely detailed CAD drawings, illustrations. It's a little low res, so it's tough to make out all the details, especially on some of the more smaller, more detailed drawings. But it's well worth a watch. I hope you enjoy it. Please don't forget to like and share this video. And hey, if you're not already a subscriber, do me a favor, hit that button and join Team Night Shift. It doesn't cost anything. It only takes a second. And it really helps this channel. Thank you in advance. Now enjoy the video.
Good morning, everyone. First of all, I want to thank Open Minds for giving me the opportunity to join all of you today. And what I'd like to do for you this morning is give you a brief overview of Project Aquarius, to give you some specific details regarding the interaction that Dr. Dan Burrish had with an extraterrestrial called J-Rod. And we've got some very quick announcements before we begin here. Number one, the information, drawings, and illustrations highlighted in this presentation originated from directly the testimony and direction of Dr. Dan Burrish. So in other words, I didn't make this up. This comes directly from Dr. Dan Burrish. He will be available after this presentation to address all your questions. And number two is a disclaimer. The drawings and computer-generated forensic composite illustrations shown in this presentation do not conform 100% to Dr. Dan and Marcy's testimony or descriptions, and should be considered strictly as a visual aid, specifically designed to give the general public an overall idea of what the S4 facility looked like. So, in other words, I didn't get this 100% correct. There are some minor here and there in the renderings, but it's definitely sufficient to give all of us here today a good understanding and visual aid regarding what the S4 facility looks like.
As you're going to see in just a moment, Michael Stratt is an astonishingly detailed individual, and he's got this is so organized. I don't know how many of you remember when Bob Lazar talked about the hand scanning thing at S4, where you would go in and put your hand on like that thing from Spaceballs that would scan your hand, and then you could get in, and it did. The way that it worked was by measuring the bones in your hand, and through that method, they were able to determine if you were the same person. Bones. But people lost their minds when that description came out, and then later, years later, it was discovered that that actually was a real device. And his ID badge, and he just, like the little tiny details that blow people's minds. Wait till you get a load of what Michael gathered together on Dan Burge's story. It is going to rock your world. Check this out.
Now, this is the breakdown of what we'll be talking about today. Give you a background on Dr. Dan Burge. We'll be discussing level 4-1. We'll be talking about walking the line. We'll describe what that actually means, what it pertains to. I'm going to give you a virtual blueprint, floor-by-floor walkthrough of the 9-meter base and all the way through the facility. We'll consider the extraterrestrial and alien craft, because there is a difference. We'll talk about the Roswell craft. We'll talk about the propulsion research laboratory at S4. We'll consider the catwalk, the files department, and the cafeteria. For level 4-2, we'll consider part of sidekick, weapons research and development, Alice in Wonderland and Rabbit, this is a good historical note, the Looking Glass device, Stargate's ERBs or Einstein Rosenbergers, the doctrine of convergent timeline paradox. Dropping down to level 4-3, we'll consider the NJ12 residential suites, the boardrooms, the culture department, and the analysis department. 4-4, we'll look at the wing pads, the biocontainment labs, backboard, and decontamination procedures. And finally, level 4-5, which is the lower floor of the facility. We'll consider the clean sphere, the scissor lift, the lighter, the iris aperture, the fixed plate stair lock, and the test, which is the totally encapsulated suit. So that's the layout of what we'll be talking about today. So who is Dr. Dan Burge? He's the youngest person ever to be elected into the Los Angeles Microscopical Society. And in 1985, he received his bachelor's degree in biological sciences, and in 1986, a bachelor's degree in psychology. In 1987, Dan explored the feasibility of becoming a priest here at St. Patrick's School of Theology. However, that didn't quite work out, so we actually had to.
It's interesting how many people who are involved in studying the phenomena, UFOs, UAPs in general, are connected to the Catholic Church. How much of this is a thread that runs throughout history of this topic. I just find that really interesting. There's some, David Rush talked about, there was a crash that was retrieved in Italy, I think 1933, and it was held on to, it was kept by Mussolini's government until after the war, and then it was the Catholic Church who arranged for that disc to be retrieved by the Americans and for its delivered to the Americans. And supposedly there's this long historical connection between Catholicism and very interesting.
Now, in 1989, it was Dr. Edward Teller who arranged for Dan to take classes at the University of New York Stony Brook, and he earned his PhD there. So I'll ask this question to all of you. Where have you seen this gentleman before, Dr. Edward Teller? Where have you seen him come up with the stories of these type of craft and vehicles before? There was none other than Dr. Teller who arranged for, allegedly, Bob Lazar to get his interview at UGG at the Kennedy National Airport, and that's how he got his job at S4. So we have secondary, independent confirmation that Dr. Edward Teller was involved. In 1991, he was employed at Desert Storm as a biowarfare expert. Now, in 1994, he received his Q clearance at S4, and he began working on something called Project Aquarius. And I will draw your attention here to the aircraft sectional chart that anyone can get in any local aircraft. This is something that's readily available. If you look up here on the right-hand corner, you've got R-4808N. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the most highly guarded airspace, Greenland airspace in America. This is the borderline here. You'll notice Blue Lake is right up here, so you can see it does exist. Approximately 12 miles south of Blue Lake, there's something called Packers Lake or Area S4. And it's important to note that if you ever try to break into this airspace within the 4808 airspace of Greenland, three things immediately happen. Number one, ATC at Greenland, air traffic control, will not allow you clearance to enter into their airspace. Number two, they will immediately an F-16 who will perform a particular maneuver where they'll fly perpendicular to your flight path at about 100 feet away from your aircraft, and then when you fly into his jet wash, it will either be parked for controlled flight, or you might end up wrecking one of your wings or tearing one of your wings out. So that's the second thing. And the third and final thing is you'll receive a final warning to exit the area, and if nothing happens, they will lock onto the Cybersecurity missile and they will neutralize the target. So the bottom line is don't try to break into Greenland airspace. Okay, so at S4, again, he received his clearance, and he worked under the direction of the Naval Research Laboratory and the Defense Intelligence Agency. So these are the two outfits that are running the program at Area S4. The EG&G terminal, 737-200, how do you get to Area S4? Well, it's the EG&G terminal, which is the gateway to Area 51 and S4. As you're flying on this airliner here, just before the airplane turns into landing approach on Green Lake runway, which is a 27,000-foot runway, it's the largest runway in the world, there's an ATC clearance called Pyramid Food Improvement. That is the clearance to land at Green Lake. And what's interesting, a historical point from Dan Burris indicated that on the trip on the 737-200,
When you think about businesses that are
they
selling
played
for
real diamonds
like
song
Halo
coming
or
to
Palmer's or
over
Skims,
and over again.
sure, you think about great products, a cool
What
brand,
is
and
the
brilliant marketing.
symbolic message
But an
that
often
they're
overlooked
playing
secret is
on
actually the
airplane as you're going there?
businesses
Well,
behind
under
the
the original
business. Like
interpretation,
you selling
that song
simple
talks about immigrants
millions of
coming to
businesses.
America
That
to make a better
business
life for
is
themselves. That makes a lot of sense. But
Shopify.
under the direction of what happens at
Shopify,
S4,
nobody does it better than
it
them.
actually is talking
One
about
of the number one
extraterrestrials
checkout on the
coming to
planet.
America
And
and
the not so
specifically coming
secret
to S4. That must
with
be done by
Shopify
Dan Bush as the
that
correct
boosts conversions
interpretation.
up to
Now,
50%.
Isn't that kind of a narrow interpretation, though? Aren't they just coming to Earth?
That all
I mean,
Bird uses.
unless there's some more
Sign up for your
specific
$1
information that we're not privy to,
upgrade
it
at
probably is.
Shopify.com/Theo,
Just happened to be
all
American.
lowercase.
Maybe.
That's
Then again,
Shopify.com/Theo.
we had the bomb.
Just go to Shopify.com/THEO to upgrade your selling today.
Everywhere.
Shopify.com/Theo.
when
You
you
know,
land
since the
at
last
Green
holiday
Lake,
season, things have
how do you
changed.
get to
Certainly,
S4? It's 12 miles away. There's three
the world
ways.
has gotten
You
busier
can
and
take a
different.
blue colored Air
Your
Force
life
bus.
has
That's
changed.
number one. Number two,
Maybe something you did
you
last year
take
you
a
don't do anymore.
U.S. Army Black
Something
Hawk
you didn't do now
helicopter.
you do.
Third and final option
Things evolve.
is a
Certainly,
Russian
we add that with our
Mi-24
online store.
helicopter
Different
gunship.
items.
So those are the three
Switching
options
to a new
that you
storefront.
take to get
All
to
those sorts of
S4.
things come into play.
Why
Shipping
the
station
Russian
helps us
flying
achieve our
gunship?
shipping goals.
What's
That's right.
that?
Whether you're looking for better
Does that
efficiency
seem weird to
during
anyone else?
exit
I
holiday
mean, surely
season,
we probably
or
have
your
one or
business
two.
is outgrown your
Yes.
old shipping solutions, you need ShipStation to help you scale
Why
your
use
business. I love the automation. I love the simplicity. I love being able to not only
That's the
learn
one
for
that was
myself,
in
but
Rambo
instruct a
versus
coworker
World
easily. Scale your e-commerce business with the shipping software that delivers. Switch to ShipStation today.
Now we're
Go to
flying in
ShipStation.com. Use code
We're at the
THEO
helicopter landing
to sign up for your
We're
free
now going to
60-day
the
trial.
facility for
That's
virtual walk.
ShipStation.com. Code
Some very
THEO.
interesting lines here on the tarmac. We have two parallel red lines, okay, and then there are two parallel blue lines. This is called walking the line. And you are told, according to Dan Bush, and this is a very oppressive society. It's not a user-friendly area. It's not something that is a nice place to be at. There's black guards with guns and it's an oppressive society. You are told to follow the blue line. And do not breach the boundaries of the red lines, because if you do, ladies and gentlemen, they will shoot you. That's the level of security that we're talking about here. Now,
Bob Lazar talked about that. That was one of the very things he was very specific about. Was the climb at S4. It's not a cool climb. It was very intense. And I can't imagine the stress that these people must be under. For one, just carrying the knowledge of whatever it is that they're working on. and knowing how big of a deal that is, that's got to be a tremendous weight on your conscience. But also knowing that any wrong move, and you could get killed at your job by your employer for a security breach. Wait till he gets a little deeper into this. Security is crazy.
Entering the facility, and you see this swinging door to enter the facility. It turns out that is actually incorrect, so we made the correction. The actual door to get into the escort facility is none other than a double sliding glass door with a vented receptacle, which is circular. You turn that to the right, that's how you get into the facility. Very similar to what you would see on the patio door. Now, we've got the layout. We start at the top, it's 4-1.
That's really strange. I don't know what an odd detail. Can you imagine? You get hired and you're like, okay, next Monday. That's day one. I'm correct. Get a good night's sleep. Take your meds. Be at the airport on time. If you want to work at S4, you get there, playing Neil Diamond. Waiting around. That's weird. Neil Diamond. Okay, all right. Then they played again. It's on. You get there, and there's machine guns, there's guards, there's a line on the thing, and you walk all the way up, and then you get to the front. It's just like a sliding glass door. It's kind of let down. That makes that nice. Maybe that's what the lounge was.
Second floor is 4-2, we've got 4-3, 4-4, and 4-5. So flip to the AutoCAD rendering to give you an idea of what that facility looks like. Keep in mind that anything below 4-1 is all underground. Now, area S4, 4-1, this is the blueprint that I was able to put together under the direction of Dr. Dan Rush. And the first thing that happens when you walk into this facility, you enter that door, what you see is this long hallway here, very long hallway. It has the same type line configuration or stripes on the floor. To the left, you see a red line. You cannot go to the left. On the right, there's a blue line. You can get access to that. So we're walking up here. The first room to the left, ladies and gentlemen, is actually the avionics lab. Just beyond that is a propulsion systems lab. Over here we have a files department, and we have something called the briefing room. This is a very important room, the briefing room. Why? Because there's something called team tapes, training update tapes, and we have something called D3-ring DTIC binders, which is Defense Technical and Information Center binders. So I just submit, we've all heard this thing about cars that extraordinary claims require extraordinary evidence. Well, here's where the evidence is. In this facility, they not only have the hardware, but they've got the tissue samples, they've got the motion picture film reels, they've got the high visual video audio tapes. It's all good. This is what we're looking for. So,
the DTIC thing, that's an interesting detail because I kind of stumbled on that in the original Dan Burge video. I was just kind of searching around on DuckDuckGo and pulled it up. And they actually have a really cryptic, interesting website that's very much locked down in terms of language. But DTIC. There it is. Okay, so if you want to take a look at the DTIC website, it's discover.dtic.mil. And you can go here and see the kind of work that they do. They have an org chart here. Here's their org chart. Undersecretary of Defense for Research and Engineering, Assistant Secretary of Defense for S&T, Dr. Erickson, Administrator, Defense Central Information Center, staff. So this is an interesting It's an interesting resource. This just talks about what they do. So if you want to spend some time on this website, I recommend it. There's a lot of
On the far western wall, on the exterior of each of the 9 hangar bays, there is a 4-1 in red paint circled by a red circle. So that indicates that you are at area S4, you are 1. That's the significance there. The first hangar bay, which is right here, this is hangar bay number 1, was none other than Bob Lazar's sport model by F-45 sport model. Hangar bay number 2, we believe to be the exact same vehicle, or possibly an ARV, alien reproduction vehicle. Hangar bay 2, ladies and gentlemen, was the Roswell craft, which was covered by a tarp, so Dan didn't get to see the entire configuration, but it was the Roswell craft. Next, we have in the next hangar, which is number 4, is the P-52 Orion craft. The next hangar bay 5 was empty. Hangar bay 6 contains a man-made F-22 conversion, or sort of a dog and pony show of what was in Hangar bay 3. So it was a man-made version of the Roswell craft. Up here we have, it's believed to be the 1953 crash retrieval in Kingman, Arizona. That was what was in the first hangar, which is 7. Hangar bay 8 contained a black isosceles triangle that was nicknamed the licorice trap. Hangar bay 9, ladies and gentlemen, was empty. So that's the layout here. Up on the left-hand corner, I've got a very crude gymnasium lighting. That's the important thing to remember. When you're in this facility, it's not impeccable lighting on the first floor, so that's why we have that. Moving over to the right, we have the biohazard suppression area. We have the overflow files department, and then we have the communication area. And then you look over to the bottom right here, is the meals ready to eat for the cafeteria. And you'll notice here that the different colors indicate the compartmentalization of the people who work on different programs at Area S4. So if you work on Project Cybersecurity, or if you work on Project Galileo, you sit in the red area. If you work on weapons research, you sit in the black area. As we mentioned, the orange area is Project Liquid Gas. So what they're doing is they're pouring team the employees and engineers who work on the different programs so that these things remain secret. Okay, so this is a far look down at the main hallway. As soon as you walk in, you see that red stripe and the blue stripe on the right-hand side. We've got the avionics lab and the propulsion system labs on the immediate left-hand side. Now, right to the left, there is an I want to believe poster, confirmed by Dr. Dan Burrish. Over to the right, there is a nurse there and a weighing pen. So all this talk about trying to smuggle things out of S4 so that we can prove all this is real, well, it's next to impossible. Why? Because they lay you in the news when you get there, and they lay you in the news when you get out. And if there's a discrepancy within ounces, it's over. So you've got to be very careful here. Now, 4-1, looking down through the catwalk to the left-hand side. This is the first hangar bay, is the 52-foot diameter Bob Lazar sport model. So this is, we're looking down through the catwalk. Over here we have hangar bay 2, which again is believed to be the same craft for a alien reproduction vehicle. Hangar bay 3 is the P-24 Roswell craft. You'll notice the 4-1, we're at area S4, level 1. Now, this is interesting. I did not make this statement, but Dr. Dan Burrish and even the late geologist Dr. Phil Schneider indicated that the F-22 Raptor, the exterior configuration of the F-22 Raptor was originating from the original Roswell craft.
Okay, real quick. Phil Schneider, for those of you who don't know, was the geologist who, in his presentations, said that he worked as one of the key geology experts for these deep underground military bases. They're called dumps, deep underground military bases. And he was part of a operation or a project where they were digging down into a particular area to build this underground base. And the way that they do it is they dig 4 corners out, like a tunnel going straight down. They bore holes down, and then they go down into the tunnel and they start working out from there into the construction phase. At least that's how it is. And during this process of working on one of the phases, according to Schneider, they broke into a chamber. They broke through, and inside the chamber was another phase, but it was full of grades, tall grades. And according to Phil, he was attacked. He pulled out his pistol. He shot a gray. They hit him with some kind of a weapon. There were Delta Force guys there who went down into the tunnel and pulled him out. There was a whole firefight ensued. A number of people were killed. This is all according to Phil Schneider's story. And then a few years after he started going around having these talks, he mysteriously died when he was strangled to death in his hotel room by his own cat. That was really interesting. You can, if you Google around a little bit, find the stories on it. It's a really weird story because he definitely died under mysterious circumstances. There's no question about it. And he had some very weird things to say that if any of them were true, would really be shocking. I mean, for one, just the fact that there would be not just one, but probably many underground bases that are inhabited by beings that are actually working and doing things, and that we know where some of them are, at least. The remote viewer, Pat Price, also claimed that there were a number of underground bases located around the planet. He was able to remote view these, and supposedly there's some documents that he has. He's dead now, but it will eventually be released that details some more information. So it's interesting that he mentions Phil Schneider, and I think that's kind of cool. And it's interesting that Phil had something to say about the Roswell craft and the shape of it.
A very bombshell statement to make. But if you take away the vertical stabilizers on the F-22 Raptor, and then you remove the air intakes, and then you do something what Van Bush told me, is if you drew a spline cord and connected all of the major points or intersecting areas on the Raptor, what you end up with, ladies and gentlemen, is the Roswell craft. So this comes directly from Van Bush. Is there any way to prove this? Well, take a look at the historical legacy on the origin point of stealth technology. We will start up here. There is a defining feature that goes through all these configurations. We've got the FB-22 up here. We've got a Russian stealth configuration here. Down here to the left, we've got a Norfolk configuration. Just to the right of that, we've got the Testers Model Corporation in Rockford, Illinois, the F-19 configuration by Lockheed, and then we've got the configuration from the movie Stealth, which was released in 2005. All of these configurations contain the same design model. In fact, they contain the same re-width fuselage joint, which is completely integrated and smooth contour, identical to the DT Stealth model, to reduce the radar cross signature. That is the defining design feature on these stealth technologies. The same thing we see in Roswell craft.
That's an interesting point, and it makes sense too, right? Like when we covered these discs in the early days, they probably didn't have means to really do much, so they had to kind of work with the tools they had. So probably primitive. So what would you do, right? Like you do what you can. You take the disc, you hit it with radar, and you look at the cross signature and see what comes back. You probably figure out really early that it has almost no cross signature. Maybe that's clues you into some basic things that you can start doing with your own aircraft research and start moving in that direction. Then you probably figure out things like metallurgy, materials, really like basic things before you get to how does the reactor work, or how does the avionics system work, and what is that look like. So that's an interesting thing. And then maybe as our aircraft are being developed, they're just feeding out piecemeal little things that they glean from this reverse engineering process and into our aerospace companies, and you're starting to see some of that technology work its way in. And even though the planes that we're seeing now were designed years and years ago, the stuff that's on the drawing board today is probably 25 years ahead of, if not more, than whatever we can imagine right now. Very interesting.
Hangar Bay 4 was a P-52 Orion craft. This is the original configuration. This is
By the way, that kind of sounds like one that David Rush described, that they found that had looked like a bell, he said, or like where the outer shell of the craft had broken away and then was left inside was kind of like this bell thing. Kind of looks similar to that. Can you imagine you make it through into the building, go through that sliding glass door? This is on the 9, past the kitchen, past the bathroom, down that long hallway. You pass there's an X-Files. See that? That's interesting. They weigh you. Then you go into this hallway, and right there it is. It's like it's a room. There's a UFO right there. Can you imagine the first time what that must feel like? It's got to be crazy. And then to walk, a couple more meters, and there's another one. A couple more meters, and there's another one. And they're all different. Oh.
Hangar Base 5 and Base 9 were empty. And you'll notice too that there are these interesting tracks here, and these were used to pull the craft out of the hangar base so that there could be test flown on the tarmac immediately from the entrance of the facility. Hangar Base 6 was the man-made reproduction of the T-24 Roswell craft that was in Hangar Base 6. Hangar Base 7, again, that can believe but not completely confirmed that this was the 1953 human UFO crash retrieval vehicle. It was covered by a tarp.
The replica craft that we built, I wonder if that was built to test out some of these ideas about stealth, the shape of the craft, the type of skin on the craft, the way those pieces are joined together. So that was an early beta test of some of these concepts, and so they had to, because it was applied to that craft, they had to keep it just locked up to see what was the actual craft. This next one is interesting because this reminds me of the Rendlesham craft. If anyone remembers that story, where the craft appeared in the forest near the Air Force Base, where there was nuclear weapons that were being stored. One of the security detail actually approached the craft, puts his hand on the craft. There was another guy, I can't remember his name, but Stephen Greer had a press conference a year or two ago that another gentleman talked about seeing a black triangular craft that approached him on the highway. And he touched it. He gets out and he says he touched it. This will be another video that we'll do. I'll go back to find this story's crazy. And he said when he ran his hand across the craft, it felt like shark skin. One way it was really smooth, and then when he pulled it back, it was like shark skin. And he said when he pulled it back, it was like pixels jumping off of it. Almost like some kind of nano-engineered material that was displaying some kind of image on the surface of the craft that they could see invisibly. I don't know, but crazy story. But the one, the Rendlesham story, the triangular craft that they encountered, he touches this craft, and then he receives a download into his brain of binary code. And he takes that binary code, and it's like in his mind, and he's repeating these numbers. He gets up one night at a hotel, and he takes a pad and pencil or pen, and he starts writing ones and zeros, like frantically. He fills up pages and pages, and then by the time he's done, he's got all these ones and zeros, which were later entered into a somebody translated binary, and there's an actual encoded message there. And the message is crazy. Save that for another video.
Hangar Bay 8 contained a black isosceles triangle. They call it the liquid trap, according to Dave Bush. And I will mention that everything from Hangar Bay 1 to Hangar Bay 7 were all extraterrestrial vehicles. Hangar Bay 8 was the only alien vehicle because there was a difference between extraterrestrials and aliens. And according to Dr. Dave Bush, the exterior configuration for what it looked like when you saw this craft, it looked like a black liquid mercury that you could fall into. It was a very unique surface texture on this particular craft.
That's what was his name. That's what the guy that testified, that spoke at Stephen Greer's press conference said. Didn't I just say that? And he said it was the skin of the craft. It was really weird. And he touched it, and pixels were coming off of it, and it was shiny and black, but it looked like you could see patterns on it that would disappear, and it felt like shark skin. I wonder if that's the same craft. He says he saw this outside of the base, out on the highway at night, that approached their car. And it was like a drone. It wasn't that big. I don't remember how big he said it was, but it wasn't enormous. It wasn't like the size of a bus. It was much smaller. That's an interesting story. Very interesting.
So, we've got Bob Lazar stating that S4 exists. That's what he said back in 1988, 1999. We've got Dr. Dane Burch coming forward stating that S4 exists. We also have Bill Newhouse who works on the flight simulators at S4 and at Los Alamos National Lab. So we've got three independent people confirming the same thing. You'll see the cutaway AutoCAD drawings originating from Bill Newhouse, indicating that there was a flight simulator, a flying saucer flight simulator that was attached to a gimbal mount, and you can rotate this thing almost up to 90 degrees. There was a diagnostic cable attached to the vehicle when it was static, but when it was energized, the diagnostic cable gets released, and then you can quote unquote fly the vehicle at that time. So, the P-45 track was a sport model, measured 52 feet in diameter, was 16 feet high. It had a smooth, polished aluminum exterior configuration. And then I want to take you inside here and show you some of the interior components. It had three different levels. We've got the lower bay, we've got the mid deck, and the upper deck. So that's what we've got right there. Now let's zoom inside and take a look at what it looks like inside. On the bottom section of the vehicle, there were three gravity amplifiers. Right above that, we have the mid deck, which became three gravity amplifier heads, three seats that all sat in the same direction, which were too small for human test pilots to fit into. Then we've got a gravity amplifier system here. We've got an antimatter reactor and a waveguide that goes all the way up through the mid-deck and what we believe to be the avionics or navigation department right here in these are. So that's the layout of the sport model according to Mr. Bob Lazar. Now, spend 15 seconds on the propulsion system of this vehicle. Element 115 is machined into triangles at Los Alamos, transported to S4. It is loaded into the antimatter reactor, and then the target substance is bombarded with protons. And when a proton plugs into the nucleus of an atom of element 115, it bumps its atomic number up to element 116, which immediately decays and releases antimatter. That is the power source for the vehicle in a near 100% thermoelectric generator. So that's a breakdown of the propulsion system. Project Aquarius terminology. Let's talk about some terminology here.
That's an interesting aspect to the propulsion of the craft because I wonder how long will it last. Supposedly they machine these things at Los Alamos and bring them out to S4 to be tested in the craft. I wonder how frequently they have to replace the fuel, or if it just lasts more or less. Controlling that reaction is really, really, really critical. Like how do you throttle it to give you exactly the amount of power that you need in real time?
Project Galileo. Project Aquarius is nothing more than a umbrella term for everything having to do with mankind's interaction with extraterrestrials. Below that, there are about 5 different programs. The first one is Project Galileo. It dealt with the propulsion system of extraterrestrial and future terrestrial vehicles. So that was the first one. Second one under Project Aquarius was Project Sidekick, related to a weapons program. No further information is available on Daniel Parrish on that program. Project Looking Glass dealt with the physics of seeing the effects of an artificially produced gravity wave on time. The fourth project was a second generation weapons program, which originated with Project Sidekick with no program being provided. The fifth program dealt with a series of biological defense operations, which then served in the capacity of senior scientists. So those are the programs that fell under Project Aquarius. So how did the J-Rod craft, or what was termed in Kingdom in 1953 UFO craft material, how did it get to S4? Ladies and gentlemen, it got there by a 40-ton, what's called a dragon tank haul. That's how we got it there to the facility. Now, in 1953, according to Dr. Dave Burch, there was a UFO crash retrieval at Kingdom, Arizona. There were 3 bodies recovered. 1 died on impact. He was still confined to his biocontainment device. The other one went to Los Alamos, and the third and final one went to Area 51 S4. That's the J-Lab that Dan Burish worked with. Now, in 1954, according to Dan Burish, there was a meeting between President Dwight D. Eisenhower and representatives of the P-52 Orions, and a treaty was signed. A copy of that treaty was kept at Area S4 Level 4-1, and they also gave President Eisenhower something called the Orion Cube, which we'll talk about as well. What is the Orion Cube? It's also known as the Yellow Book. It has nothing to do with phone numbers, okay? What it is it's a 8 by 8 square cube, and it's a quantum viewing device that you could, once it's accessed, you can look at the probabilities of future events. There's protocols that have to be followed in order to activate this. And at one time, it's believed that this cube was stored at level 4-1. Later, it was moved to the Scottish Rite Masonic Temple just outside Washington, D.C. From that point further, we don't know where it is. So,
The Edwards Air Force Base meeting between Eisenhower and the Orion representatives, supposedly there was footage of craft actually approaching the base that was part of a documentary that had been authorized by someone in charge of Project Aquarius, or at some level within Project Aquarius. You can find this footage. It's out there. If anybody knows where it is, please link to it in the comments and just put it up there. I'll look for it as well, but just while it's on the top of the frame. The Yellow Book cube is really fascinating. How would that even work? How would you look into a cube and see future or possible future events? How would that be displayed to you? Would it be in the form of like a video? And even then, like, how would you discern what timeline you were looking at? How would you know? How would you be able to see pertinent details from that timeline? Who's president, or what events are happening around the world? It's strange, because I can't even imagine how you would even speculate. It's just weird. It's a weird object.
that's the lineage of the Orion Cube.
No.
Now, interesting to note that there were 3 events that took place in 1947. Is there a coincidence? I don't think there is.
Also on the cube, just real quick, as soon as someone has an object that can see alternate timelines, and then doesn't that cause tremendous disruption to our own timeline? Wouldn't that introduce a really weird, unstable element into our timelines and make it possible for people to change world events based on possible future outcomes? If that's the case, then some of what Dan Burish said in his original interview in the first video was about divergent timelines, that starts to make more sense. But I wonder if the appearance of this cube is what kicks all that off. It's weird, fun time travel speculation.
You've got the Roswell crash on July 2nd, 1947. Then you've got the formation of the CIA in 1947 and the formation of the Independent Air Force also in 1947. 3 events happening at the same time. In 1952, this is the National Security Agency, who, according to the CIA, had improper intelligence, so partial majestic control of Project Aquarius was handed over to the quote new boys on the block because they came after the Central Intelligence Agency. So there was this animosity that continues today between the Central Intelligence Agency and the National Security Agency. Now, moving down to 4-2, we've got the SolidWorks rendering and also the AutoCAD rendering of 4-2. Moving into the facility, the first thing you'll see when you walk into level 4-2 is a 3-foot tall statue of an Alice in Wonderland rabbit. There's a symbolic message that we're giving you. There's a primary looking glass device, and then on either side of that primary looking glass device, ladies and gentlemen, there are 2 secondary ERBs or Einstein-Rosen radius. Up on the left, I've got a graphic of what we have termed the galactic positioning codes, because when you access the Stargate at the export facility, you don't need to have a galactic positioning code on your iPhone or flip phone, because all that data is inside the control room. But when you go outside export, you do need to get this positioning code data so that you know where you're going. There we've got the jump.
That's exactly how the Stargate works in the movie. James Spader figures that out. He's the one who figures it out. There's a great scene where he's explaining this to a room full of people, and he's just like spilling coffee all over the place, trying to like walk them through how this whole thing works. But he basically figures out how to navigate using the Stargate. So when you go from A to B, you know how to get back. It's basically a big rotary phone. This seems a little more complex. Interesting parallel, though. There have been a number of people over the years who have said that the movie Stargate and the show were a form of soft disclosure, and that they put a lot of little details in there. They just kind of folded them into the show. In fact, there's even an episode of the show, Stargate SG-1. There's an episode called Wormhole Extreme. Wormhole Extreme is about, within the universe of the show, they find out that there's another TV show that's being made that refers back to their Stargate versus this universe. And it's just this whole play on this idea. And it's kind of a weird wink, nudge episode. They're sort of saying, yeah, this show is full of little disclosure.
Watching pornography has become so commonplace today, and oftentimes being used to numb pain, loneliness, boredom, anxiety, and depression. Shame and stigma prevent men from talking about these issues and getting help for them. I want to introduce you to my friend Steve. Steve is the founder of Valor Recovery, a program to help men overcome porn abuse and sexual compulsivity. Steve is a long-term sexual recovery member and has personally overcame the emotional and spiritual despair of using pornography and has dedicated his life to empowering men to do the same. Steve is an amazing person and a close friend of mine. I mean that. Valor Recovery helps men to develop the tools necessary to have a healthier sex life. Their coaches are in long-term recovery and be your partner, mentor, and spiritual guide to transcend these problematic behaviors. To learn more about Valor Recovery, please visit them at www.valorrecovery.com or email them at admin@valorrecoverycoaching.com.
Well, it can actually work the fabric of space both forwards and back, and you can actually see the probabilities of future events. So that's the primary function. However, there's a secret to the looking glass device, which Dan Bush has told us. What you can do is you can flip this device up at 45-degree angle, and if you tune it to a slightly different frequency, it can be used as a stargate. So it actually has a dual purpose. You've got these spires or guide rings just above the looking glass device. These are used to guide the electromagnetic field over the looking glass device. It's something that you can get with your hand. Now, per Dan's comments, there was a 3-foot tall statue of an Alice in Wonderland rabbit. He had a maroon vest, he had golden fringes, and he had black buttons. He was holding a clock, and this is symbolic that you're going down the rabbit hole into a world that's beyond belief. And that's exactly what happens in the looking glass area. So
The UFO Rabbit Hole with Kelly Chase, arguably the best podcast on UFOs and UAPs out there. You should all go listen to it. Subscribe.
It's a symbolic message. Now, when we talk about time travel, when we talk about the doctrine of convergent timeline paradox, in my assessment, there is no better illustration of this concept than the movie Back to the Future 2. And they talk about this in that movie. So, just to illustrate this, for example, on the bottom here, you've got something called the flow of time, representative of the bottom arrow or timeline 1. That's the timeline we're on. So, we're moving down this timeline, and everything's fine, everything's great, and then somebody decides to flip on one of these looking glass devices, and this is called the looking glass point of observation. That's right here. Now, we have someone that is looking into the future of probable events. At that point, that exact point in time, we are no longer, ladies and gentlemen, on timeline 1, but we are now on timeline 2, and we have theoretically we have affected our future timeline 1. So that's how this works. Now, in this movie, a DeLorean is used to go from the year 1985 to the year 2015, and a character by the name of Dick Henry, he eventually comes into possession of something called the Gray's Sports Almanac, 1950 to 2005. He picks this up from an 80s memorabilia store. He goes back to the year 1985, and it's a cakewalk. He knows all the results, all the sports scores, to the horse racing, to NFL, to hockey. He turns out to be a billionaire. It's just incredible. But in the process of doing that, he completely destroys himself, everyone he's with, and everything, all the surroundings. So you can see of the catastrophic consequences of looking into the future, it has a very serious consequence. And that's borne out by what we see here with the Mayan calendar. Some believe that on December 21st of 2012, it's the end of the world. However, some take a more positive approach and indicate that this is a new dawning of an age of enlightenment. And this is, if we flip over to the prophecy that by the Hopies here, they had a similar motif. They talk about the evolution of mankind's consciousness on this bottom straight line, and then something happens. An event takes place where we go off into chaos, and that's what you see with this squiggly line. So again, it's very destructive in some cases. To try to predict future events, it can have catastrophic consequences. Here you see the rendering 3D Max 3D rendering of the looking glass device. We've got the transport pads in this location. Everything that took place in this facility was recorded on digital videotape. So they have the evidence. There's no question about it. You can see the electromagnetic fields forming above the looking glass device. There was a stained clear yellow and black stripe that followed the circumference of the looking glass device. Now again, this is Dan Barish's rendering. We talk about the looking glass configuration. It's the general configuration on the upper left-hand corner, and then on the upper right-hand corner, we rotated the device 45 degrees from the horizontal, and now it's in the Stargate configuration. So that's what we see there. The flip book, this was something that engineers wore on their arms, and it's kind of a GPS pose book, because you have to know where you are and where you're going when you operate or access one of these Stargates. Now, some of you may have seen the movie Stargate. The actual Stargate looks nothing like what you see in the movies. The only thing that is consistent is this metal catwalk that gets you into the actual Stargate. That's the only similarity in the entire operation.
Dan Burrish's interview, in his interview, he talks about they tried to put a person into the Stargate, and that person didn't survive. He said it was really gory, not pleasant what happened. It sounds like from Michael Strat's telling, they had a means to actually safely go through the Stargate and then return. That's how I'm reading this. That's an interesting discrepancy.
Level S4, level 3. We're moving on to level 3. This is the solid machinery below the metal frame. Now, there are at least 3 primary areas to 4-3. You notice that there are 3 distinct segments here. Each has 4 residential suites. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the Majestic Club residential suites. That's where they stay when they get to S4. It consists of a very simple one-bedroom apartment with a sunken living area. There's a tile walkway to enter the facility. There's a single TV. There's one single bathroom. So that's the S4 Majestic Club residential suite. You also know that we've got the culture department. We've got the analysis department just to the right and below the culture department. Up here on the right, we've got the call-outs, the leader call-outs. We've got sliders trays. We've got pressure incubators. So when I was going through this, it really dawned on me that there's a lot of attention to detail here, and it was my assessment that this was coming from a man who had practical application experience in working in this environment. I mean, it just seemed to me that you couldn't make this up. There was a lot of detail here. It really seemed that this is someone who could speak from experience that is actually working in the facility. Now, level 4/4, that's what we're moving on to now. A number of primary areas here. We have the badge floor. This is a blow up of the badge floors on 4/4. We've got a meeting room or a boardroom in that facility. There are multiple biocontainment labs in level 4/4. And you'll zoom in and blow up that area right here. These are the decontamination areas, and Dan Burrish's desk at S4, level 4/4, is right in this facility right here. So again, the level of attention to detail to me was just astounding. Really seemed like someone who was actually working there. Now, some of you may have seen this before. This is Dan Burrish's security badge at S4. We've got MADGE here, that's short for Majestic. That was the program that was operated under Truman in 1947. And then we've got these diagonally striped blue and darker blue running along the upper left-hand corner. This is the same configuration that Bob was talking about as well. So again, we've got secondary independent confirmation that there was a security badge that actually looked like that. His badge number was H6196MAJ. Level 4/5, very important floor. This is the Queen's Beer floor. And you notice that there is an iris. This iris is moved out for the Queen's Beer floor. You've got these orange cables going across the Queen's Beer, and they are to suspend the beehive lights. There is a boardroom on the right side, one boardroom on the left side, and then you've got the actuation of the actual Queen's Beer floor. So what does this thing actually look like? Before you get into the field, there's multiple protocols that have to be followed. This is the entire layout of the protocols. The 4/5 entry vehicle and overview of Clean Spirit entry protocol. So you've got the totally encapsulated suit that you have to continue. You have to have a positive pressure environment in that suit. And these vertical protocols that take place at this stage are integrated into the Clean Spirit. Now, detailed use. We've got the PINS device. What did Dan Burrish do when he got there? He worked with this PINS device, which is the pressure-induced needle system. He carried a briefcase with him when he got into the airlock, which gained access to the canister. Down here, I've got the representation of the 40-ton Dragon Wagon paint column. Shows you how they got the crap through the facility. And this is a rendering of the airlock here. This is a layout of what the 4/5 facility looks like. So picture in your mind's eye a large square building, somewhat similar to what we have here. And in all four corners, you have this skillet rig. So the corners aren't sharp, but they're blended really nicely. And then on the lower floor, we've got something called a scissor lift. It's the same type of scissor lift you see in manufacturing, in construction sites. And just above that, of course, you've got a hydraulic refrigerated scissor lift. There's a floor with a large circular cutout with something called a clean sphere. And the clean sphere, ladies and gentlemen, is not a complete sphere. It's like an orange cut in half, so it's strictly a half of a sphere. That's what we'll be considering here. Here we see the SolidWorks version of the clean sphere device, and then the scissor lift, almost identical to what you would see at your local airport with these concession trucks that bring this box up to the 747 cargo bay and then bring in the meals. That's the same type configuration that you would see at the bottom of the 4/5. Here's the rendering of what the clean sphere actually looked like. It was 52 feet across. The plexiglass clear bubble is 2 inches thick. Think about the manufacturing that takes place to get that there. This is incredible level of engineering. Impeccable lighting was located on 4/5, which is different from level 4/1. There were 7 indented windows, or majestic 12 observation gallery windows. They measured 2.5 feet wide, 4.5 feet tall. So there were 7 of those so that you could look down inside the hemisphere as you're taking tissue samples from the J-rod. That's what you see here. Now we've got something called the beehive lights. These beehive lights could actually move along the trapeze cables. They can be lowered and raised through a telescopic device. And these were actually designed and built by the J-rods and the S4 engineers. Just an impeccable level of lighting on 4-5. Why is that needed? Because you don't want any shadows when you're taking tissue samples from an extraterrestrial. Here you can see the edge of the.
Wouldn't we have sufficient lighting technology to accommodate that necessity? Would we really need help designing lights? I feel like that one would be pretty good.
4-5-4, which is in the yellow and black stripe right here, and then also the edge of the clean sphere bubble right here. That's what we're indicating in this illustration. Now, there's something called kick plates that actually are manually operated, and they seal the gap between the clean sphere edge and the floor of 4-5 aluminum. That's what they do. And according to Zane Bush, these were done by hand manually, and when you slam these down, there's a big bang that takes place. So it's something that he really stressed. Here we see the scissor lift lifting the clean sphere up to the second floor of 4-5. And then you can see again the hydraulically actuated scissor lift. Now, we talk about the test or totally exploded suit. Similar to what you would see in the Gemini, Mercury, even the Apollo program in 1969. It's a positive pressure suit to keep out biocontaminants. That's actually its job. And when Dan Bush was at 4-5 inside the clean sphere, he was taking upwards of 300 tissue samples from the J-rod because he suffered from a genetic neuropathy defect, and the overall program was to find a cure for that genetic defect. And one way they did that was to use this pressure-induced needle system that Dr. Dan Bush personally told me was very small. He called it a Saturday night special, and it had a pneumatically actuated hose off the aft end of the hose device. There was a small cartridge that was loaded right inside the shaft here, and you could take the tissue samples that were sent up to the analysis department. So that's how they did that. He also carried a briefing case with him with a multiple needles and cartridges that went inside the clean sphere as well. Now again, remember, they weigh and move. You get it, when you drop down to 4-5, they weigh and move again. So there's just no way you're going to sneak anything out of 4-5. This is a very well done pencil sketch by Martin Daniels, who is again the world's premier aerospace illustrator, showing Dan Bush being suited up in a test suit and then entering the airlock for decontamination chamber for entry into the clean sphere. Now, what in the world does J-Rod mean? I mean, what we've heard this before. In its simplest terms, J-Rod means 15, because J on the computer keyboard is the 10th letter in the English language. The dash or rod was symbolic of the Mayan glyph that indicated the number 5. So you put those together, you get 15. That's also symbolic because he traveled from 15 light years away to get to Earth. So that's the definition of J-Rod and how he got his name. Now, 2 quotes from Dan Bush, they're very important. He said, "I have never met an alien, but I have met an extraterrestrial. The difference being that an extraterrestrial such as a J-Rod is actually a future human and therefore shares the same human lineage. A true alien, on the other hand, would bear no such human lineage." So that's the difference between an extraterrestrial and an alien. Now, when he was working there, he was receiving with the King's device, taking samples from the J-Rod, and he was called Karina, a little bit of description of what he looked like. He measured 3.5 feet tall, he had dark brown appearance, very black insect eyes, a disproportionately large head. He had a small nose, long arms, and no teeth. Interesting to note that the designation for this particular J-Rod was EBE-53AZ2. That stands for extra extraterrestrial biological incident. 1953, UFO crash retrieval Truman, Arizona, number 2. Because remember, the first one died on impact, the other one went to a Y-11 facility at Los Alamos. Now, during one of these tissue sampling sessions, remember, you have to follow a certain protocol to approach this J-rod. You have to raise up your right hand, the J-rod raises his right hand, and then you take multiple dry steps together, and then you meet your center. During one occasion within the clean sphere, the J-rod, who is known as Caleb, broke the protocol, rushed Dan, and they had developed a friendship at this time, so this had never happened before. He wasn't under attack, but Dan Bush was startled about what took place. He stepped back and accidentally caught his tube of the totally encapsulated suit on the grid structure of the bottom of the floor of 4-5, and he tripped over backwards in his oxygen tank, and the J-Rod proceeded to infuse into him a tremendous amount of material having to do with future events. So it's incredible what took place inside the cruise ship. This is an illustration by microphone showing the decontamination process within the airlock for entry into the 4-5 facility. Now, again, how did they get this technology to access these naturally occurring stargates? Ladies and gentlemen, they got those from the Sumerian cylinder seals, in some cases from the Baghdad Museum. Now, what you do there is you take a piece of wet clay and you'll roll that over this way, the cylinder seal, and you'll end up with this positive relief. Now, according to Dan Bush, what the government figured out how to do is you take a mirror, go right down the center line of one of these glyphs, and you get a mirror image, which is nothing more than a blueprint on how you access these naturally occurring stargates. That's how they did it. That's how they did it. Now, in 2003, something interesting happened. J-Rod was moved from his position within the Clean Sphere 4-5 facility. He was flown to Abydos, Cuba, which is down the Nile River. Perhaps some of you have been there actually. And remember, he has to be in his own positive pressure atmospheric environment other than down. So they ended up building a scroll. This is Dr. Dan Burish's illustration of what that scroll actually looked like. And recall too that they were friends at the time. So Dan Bush was sad that J-Rod could not go home to his family and be with his family. He had a compassion for him. So in this act of compassion, during the accessing by the government of one of these naturally occurring stargates at Abydos Temple, Dan Bush thrust forward that scroll and pushed Kayla into this stargate, sending him home. However, Dan and the scroll device were kicked out. He got into a lot of trouble for this, but it was an act of compassion on Dr. Dan Bush. There's a very interesting piece of nostalgia at the end of Greenlight Runway, according to Dan Bush. There is a sign there that has multiple arrows pointing in every direction, and the sign says home. And this is a symbolic message that what takes place at S4, perhaps Green Lake, home is underground, it's in outer space, it's north, it's east, it's west, home is everywhere. There's a symbolic encrypted message being encoded in this symbol here. So, ladies and gentlemen, I think it's really important that we honor the courage that Dan Bush had to come forward and give us this information regarding the specific details of the S4 facility and providing all of us a potential for a very bright future, which is on the nearby horizon. Thank you for your attention.
Wow. Yeah, that's an interesting presentation. Oops. That's a really interesting presentation because the amount of detail, can you believe it? It's crazy enough to watch Dan's initial interview where he lays a lot of this stuff out, and then without proper context, some of it is just so far out there that it's really mind-blowing. But to see actual CAD drawings and illustrations to accompany that story really builds out the world that appears very realistic. the amount of detail. Like I've got some notes here that I was just jotting down while I was watching this. And a number of questions jump to mind. The timeline paradox, that there's some way to perceive and act on potential future events or to see possible alternative timelines. Might that have something to do, or everything to do, with this accelerated push for disclosure that we seem to be witnessing right now? We've talked about it on this channel a lot. You've probably noticed. There's a lot of activity right now. There's a big push. There's a lot of people coming out of the woodwork with extraordinary credentials saying unbelievable things and pushing for disclosure in a way that has just never happened before. And we've heard whispers that this is tied to some kind of a timetable or some kind of an event that's going to possibly take place in the very near future that is going to be impossible to ignore. I wonder if that, trace that back, if that has anything to do with the Yellow Book device or the Stargates. I mean, that seems to be what we're saying. The Stargates have something to do with this. See if I can respond. Oh, that's great. All right. Hey, so that's possible. Very interesting connection there. I wonder how much that's related. Genetic problems. A lot of you pointed out after Dan's video that it seems a little strange that super advanced extraterrestrials would need our help solving some kind of genetic issue. I agree. I think that's a weird one. I don't know if that might be, it's possible that that could be if J-Rod was suffering from a genetic issue and he's separated from the rest of his technology. So he's here, but we don't have the rest of his civilization to support his medical needs. We would be forced to kind of work with what we have. And it would make sense if J-Rod was able to communicate to his human handlers or his captors or the humans in charge of this program what he needed and maybe instruct and help guide their technology or their research. It's possible that maybe there was an effort underway to get the humans up to a point where they could actually do something that would help. And maybe that was maybe there's something like that. That's the only thing I can think of. I do think that's a great question. A number of you asked that question. Why would they need our help? Surely they would have superior genetic technology than we did, especially back in the late 80s, early 90s. He was in captivity, I think he said, from 1952 until potentially present day, assuming he's still alive, J-Rod. Dan Burrish said that in his communications with J-Rod, the being appeared to be suffering from clinical depression, which makes perfect sense. Can you imagine the sense of loneliness and separation you would feel if you were not only separated from your family and your culture, but in a completely different star system on a different alien world, captured by strange beings from this planet called Earth, and being held in some kind of unbelievably secure facility deep beneath the earth, subterranean facility, and you're just brought up for them to run tests on you all the time. I can see how that would be not only depressing, I can see how that might rub some extraterrestrials the wrong way, and it's possible that that had something to do with some later visits. Maybe that has something to do with the overall agenda of what's going on. J-Rod approach, when he approaches Dan Burrish, Dan trips backwards on the grate in the floor, falls backwards. First of all, can you imagine the panic, the sense of panic that must be permeating every cell in the body? You're in this room, you're in this pressurized suit, you're in this environment, and then you have an accident, you trip like a fool, just fall backwards. First of all, how dumb would that feel? In the moment, you probably, I would, I'd freak out, panic. Of course, these people are trained, so they don't. But what if your suit ruptures? What if there's a puncture in the line somewhere? Now you're exposed, and you don't know who's exposed to what. You don't know if you're exposed to some alien pathogen or if they're going to die because they got the common cold from you. So J-Rod approaches Dan, and then, according to the story, bombards him with a telepathic download of information. We've heard about downloads in many contact stories, many abduction stories. It seems to be pretty ubiquitous when human beings come into close contact with EBEs. There is a telepathic exchange that takes place. All communication appears to be telepathic, and it comes in the form of the voice that you hear in your head or a download, like where you double-click an attachment in an email and it opens up into a full concept that you have complete 360-degree understanding of. It's just downloaded into your mind. What I find compelling about this story is that J-Rod approaches him and looks right at him. We've heard in other contact cases that the beings need to make eye contact in order to really hit you with the telepathy. They could do it from a distance, but it appears, at least in my own research, that the cases where it's really hot and heavy with telepathy, it's when they're looking at it. And people have talked about contactees and abductees, how when they're going through hypnotic regressions, they have terrifying recollections, just absolutely petrified to look into the eyes of these beings because, as many contactees and abductees describe, it's like they know everything there is to know about you. You're an open book and have access to your entire life experience, and you feel violated. If J-Rod had to be that close to Dan Burrich to put this amount of data into his mind, it brings up a number of interesting questions. One of which is telepathy limited by line of sight, and is it restricted by distance? It appears that's the case. It would appear that, if a being could just telepathically bond with an individual and communicate with them regardless of distance, then there'd be no need to wait for the moment where Dan falls down to approach him and then give him a download. It could just happen any time. And Dan seems to say something along those lines in his interview that it was always within about 60 feet that he was able to communicate telepathically with J-Rod. Interesting detail, makes you wonder about what some of the scope and limitations are of telepathy, at least maybe with this particular being. Maybe different beings can do it in different ways. But that was an interesting question that jumped to my mind. Naturally occurring stargates, we've heard about this before too. Lyndon Moulton Howell had an interview with a gentleman who claimed to pass through a naturally occurring stargate in Peru at Lake Titicaca. He was able to put his head up against the stone. On the stone wall, there's carved a doorway. Puts his forehead up against the wall, and then by humming a particular frequency or combination of frequencies, he unlocks the stargate. This man describes passing through it, appearing in a white room with no walls, just white in every direction as far as you can see, and then he gets into an exchange with a person he can't see that's talking to him. And they're really pissed off and confused about how he got to where he was. And he says, "I don't know how I got here, I'm lost." And then there's the conversation takes place, and then they get him home. And he doesn't have any idea how to ever do this. It just happens one time. Really bizarre experience. But we've heard about naturally occurring stargates before, and certainly there are a number of reported instances where UAPs and UFOs are seen going into and out of volcanoes, into the side of a mountain, deep beneath the ocean. Of course, we don't know very little about what's at the very deepest depths of the ocean. There could be stargates down there. Are these beings coming and going via stargates, naturally occurring stargates that they can predict when they'll open, and they just traverse them and come through? Do they open regularly at regular intervals? Do they open randomly? According to Dan's interview, there seems to be some way, some means of activating a naturally occurring stargate to be activated by some form of technology that we have. We can bombard it with some kind of electromagnetic frequency, and then it'll activate and open. That seems to be, I've heard that. I don't know if anyone knows more about that than what I just said. Please fill us in. And when he describes Dan Burrish pushing the life support pod into the wormhole, into the Stargate at the end of this presentation, it made me wonder, when J-Rod approaches Dan Burrish in the clean sphere and downloads a bunch of information into him, was that a form of manipulation? Was Dan somehow, I don't want to say tricked, because that sounds like, it almost sounds too malevolent, but if you had one shot to get home, if you had one way to get home, maybe it was to teach these humans how to build essentially a functioning Stargate, give them what they need to switch it on, and then convince one of your captors to let you go through the Stargate. And then before they can do anything, you're gone. Possible. What do you think? This is a really fascinating presentation for obvious reasons. I don't have to tell you. It melts my brain to see the visuals. I think it's phenomenal how much attention to detail Michael Stratt puts into this presentation. And I would love to know what you think. Let me know in the comments. Don't be shy. If you have ideas, if you have questions, pick this thing apart. What do you think? Let us know. Speak up in the comments. Reach out. And yeah, it's a really fascinating piece. We'll do more of these. I've got another one coming up in a week or two. I hope you enjoyed this video. Thank you for watching. Don't forget to like and share this video. And if you're not already a subscriber, just hit the button, subscribe. It takes 1 second, doesn't cost anything. We've had a great run of the last few weeks. We broke 5,000 subscribers. We're almost at 5,100. It's been a banner week for Night Shift. I would love to see that momentum carry on. So help me out. Subscribe, join Team Night Shift. This is about you. It's about me. It's about them. It's about us. It's about the community getting together, having these conversations, talking through these things, looking at these videos, and trying to pull it apart and understand what's going on. I don't think any one person has all the pieces of the puzzle, but we each have something to offer. And it's going to take all of us. It's going to take engineers. It's going to take artists. It's going to take musicians. It's going to take regular people. It's going to take all of us putting our heads together, trying to figure out what is going on. So don't be a stranger. I can't wait to see what you have to say in the comments. Thanks for watching. I'll see you on the next one. Until then, keep looking.